Oh, hi, friends. Welcome in. Oh, hello. How was everybody's Monday? How we doing? What up, Northern? Crow. Hi, Croster. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Break of daylight. Oh, Phoenix. Hello, friend. Phoenix is joining us today for the funds per the usual. Per the usual. Hi, Blondie. Welcome in. Good to see you. What's up, Alex? Death. Hello, Trinity. Hey, Lynn. I'm a potato. Winter. Good to see you. All the friends are here. Hello. Sinister. Hailed. Blood. Hello. Hi. Hey, how are you? Little David. What's up? Oh, my God. Addie. Thank you for the 2 months. What's up, Hawk? How are you? Hi, Abby. Chip Daddy, too. Oh, my Lanta. Last time, Lord, I see that Prime, friend. 11 months. Oh, my goodness. And Meg, thank you for the biddies. Yesterday's stream was great. Yesterday's stream was great. It went really, really well. Oh, hey, how are you? Let us switch over here. Yeah, it went really, really well. It was super, super, super good. No, you're great. Knock it off. Hales, thank you for the 5 months. ALS, ALS. Oh my God. Hello, friend. How are you? Happy late birthday. How we doing? Went to dye my hair emerald, and the tube was old, so no emerald hair. You should get a new tube. A YouTube. Hey, Promise, how are you? Make me. Do it. I don't know what I said. Hey, Shuby, good to see you. I'm here for when it starts for once. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Good to see you guys. I don't remember what I said either. Yeah. Maggie, thank you for the 10-month Prime. Appreciate you, friend. Hi, Rafa. Lethal, good to see you. Welcome in. We're doing the weekly. We're starting off with the weekly tonight. And then after the weekly, I figured we could do some challenges. Like challenges that we haven't done in a little bit. Like just classic Phasmo challenges. Yeah. Hi, Royal. Look, he didn't know what the weekly really was. Well, that's okay. Dude, there's so many of them. It's literally 6 months worth. There's a lot. It's hard to remember all of them, man. It's really tough to remember all of them. So fair enough. But luckily we have ways of figuring out what they are. So that's the good part. Hey, Royal, good to see you. I did have a good weekend. Yeah. This weekly was pretty easy. There we go. Hi, Cassidy. Hello. Ready for vacation? Nice. Ooh, I hope you're going somewhere nice. Wolfie, thank you for the bits. Okay. All right. So weekly and then challenges. What challenges are we going to do? I haven't decided yet. I figure rather than like spin a wheel, I figure we would just go with the flow and just decide on a whim. We're talking like, right, no doors, chat his ears. I really don't want to do a take every damn item from the house run. Those, they're just so boring, man. They're just so boring. Oh, you know what we could try to get? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Death, thank you for the bits. There are three ghosts to get our perfect unique photo run. There's 3 ghosts that we can do that with. We need to get in the game so I can look and see what that is. I don't remember now. I'm pretty sure it needed to be a ghost that gave us writing and gave us ultraviolet. I think. If I remember that correctly. Dealing with family stuff. Well, I hope it all goes well, friend. Is there a challenge where you're supposed to try and get hugged by every different kind of ghost? How long do you think that would take? I don't know. I mean, RNG, just trying to get the ghosty to give you a nice big hug. Hey, Joe, good to see you. Been waiting for you to circle back to the photo challenge. Love that concept. I would do it every now and then. It's definitely one I try not to overdo. Demon Myling Pulte. Okay. Yeah, I think if we know that we have a Demon Myling Polty, but it has to be writing, I believe it has to be writing and ultraviolet. I think I need both. I think. I don't remember now. We were like hell bent on it when we first looked at it, and now I don't remember. Yeah. Miss Fire, how are you? Been a few days, been outside. Hey, skating and having fun? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Demon would be sketch. A little bit, but I mean, it'd still be possible, though. Still be possible, though. They should have had a ghost called the Karen. I'm not too sure that they're going to implement the Karen, but I do know that we haven't had a new one of these. We haven't had a new one of these in 2 years, so I would really like one. Yeah, I'd really like one. You needed writing in UV for the unique photo challenge. Right. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's because it's like all the unique types of photos you can take. I think it's like, is it like 11 different types? I think. Hi, Ms. V. Get hugged by one ghost each one. Oh. Ew, Twitch mobile. Yeah, it's gross. Yeah, it's gross. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at what our weekly is. Guys, thank you for the hype train. Appreciate you, friends.
I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
They need to bring out 2 new ghosts to keep it even. I mean, I don't know what they want to do for the look of this, but if I recall, and somebody could, I don't know if you say correct necessarily, but like remind me how it went. I feel like I remember at some point this looking like this, but then we had like a 2 spot. Did we have a 2 spot down here? Do you have a gateway timeout? I do see that. What is that? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I do see that. What the hell is that source? Hold on. You know what it might be? What that might be? I was messing around with StreamerBot, and I went into the beta, and I wonder if that messed with something. Yeah, the last 3 ghosts that we got, all 3 came out at the same time. Correct. Yeah, we got the Moroi, the Dio, and the Thay at the same time. I don't know what that is a gateway to. My guess would be that that's a gateway to something that would be St. Jude related. Not noticeable, but I can see it though, and it's going to bother the crap out of me. No, that line going across the top. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let me see what we got going on here. Yeah, it's an upper banner. Yeah, exactly. It's a gateway to other gaming addictions. Roger that. Yeah, it looks like a gold thing. Right. Exactly. It looks like an old Tiltify thing, but that doesn't make sense because I never connected that. So I don't know why that would all of a sudden show up. Hi, Crow. Hello, friend. I can start turning crap on and turning it off again. Make sure it's not connected to my chat, because it shouldn't be, because that's its own tiny little window. So thank you for the 4 buds. Just making sure. What the? That's all hidden. Cap, thank you for the 40 months. Oh my goodness. What up, El Capitan? We back. Hi, friend. Oh my goodness gracious. Cap, I'm struggling, man. We're struggling. What is this? What the hell? What the hell is that? I will find you. What doesn't make sense is that I don't have anything else showing. Okay, I'm really afraid to hit the add element button here. Oh God, I'm so afraid. Hey Total, how are you? I'm so afraid to hit this. I'm afraid that if I hit this, it's going to do bad things. Play with Bex. Thank you for the 16. I'm afraid, Rafa. Rafa, I'm scared. We're going to go one by one. Because look, you see at the top there? It's a little more obvious when I hide the game. You see it there? Yeah. Playing Valheim with the fam. Oh, nice. That's cool. We're going to go one by one. We're going to figure out what this is. I've done nothing. I've done nothing. I don't know why that's there. I don't know. What is that? What the hell is this? What are you? Firewire? Get out of here. Bye. Song might have lost a sound on that one. Sorry, Song. What the shit? I'll fix it later for him. I'm pretty sure it was attached to Firewire. I don't know why that all of a sudden gave me a gateway error. That was freaking weird, dude. That was freaking weird, dude. Okay. We should be good now. The ghost is in my PC. No, it's a Dio. It's a Dio. Okay. Rips. No, that's okay. We can add it for like, I can add it to Blurp as like a walk-on. Hey, Gray. Y'all get to watch my dog. Yay, puppers. He'll live. Yeah, he'll be fine. Song will be fine. We get to watch a dog go. Yippee. Go here, go there. Raining pretty hard where you are right now? Oh, it's not raining where I am at all. It's just another command we changed on him. Sorry, Song. Love you. Our bad. All right, let me get this going. We'll get the weekly going. I'll get Phoenix in here, and then we'll do the challenges and stuff. Hey, Cosmo, how are you? Good to see you. Let us rock, shall we? All right. I do need to check on a couple things though. Hey, what up, Lavender? Good to see you. What's up, homie? Good to see ya. Hey, how are ya? All right, why is this being weird? Oh, come on. Been a few storms near you. There was some last week. Last week we had a lot. Last week we were getting hit by tons. But not as of recently. Why is that being funky now? What should you do? Okay, go there. Main. It's the same. Why is it doing this? Why are you this way? Why? What up, Kratos? How are you, man? Sorry, I'm just trying to get something set up and it's being a goof. And it's being a goof. Last week you got hit by a lot of rain. Dang. Dang. Thank you for the rose, homie. What up, Chris? Why? Oh, come on. Come on. Oh my God, it's being so dumb. Okay. What if I do this? Go there. Do one of those guys. One of those guys. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Then I do that. Supposed to be about today. Yeah, I think so. I think it does. What's up, Astral? Phasmodal? What's up, Emily? How we doing, friends? What's the plan? We're going to do the weekly. We're going to start with the weekly anyway. We're going to start with the weekly. All right, I think I know why this is being dumb, and we're going to try to fix it. I'm just trying quickly to fix it. The weekly's fun? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. One of the forklifts was not operational. Oh no. I heard this week was pretty nice. Yeah. I heard this weekly was pretty good too. I heard the same, friend. Okay. Try that again. One. Okay. Why are you there? Thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Just doing my daily troubleshooting. My daily troubleshooting. The weekly's fun. That's awesome. Avilo, hello. All right, I think I figured it out. That was weird. Turn it off, turn it back on. Classic. That was weird. Okay, I'll have to mess with that later. That was weird. Thank you, Cap. Appreciate you, man. What's up, Laura? Have I played Mortuary? I have played Mortuary Assistant. It's been a little while. I've thought about revisiting. I have thought about revisiting. It's been a minute. Hi, Sparkle. Yeah. What up, Wes? Okay. Now I'm good. Gee golly, Willikers, Batman. What's up, Noki? Holy moly. I do hobby. Yeah. Flash Force everywhere, my friend. Yeah. What's up, Swag? What up, Twig? Nutty Coffee. Hello. Yeah, I was trying to get everything set up and it was being very, very dumb. It was being very, very dumb, but I think we figured it out. Playing solo? No. The weeklies, I have been playing them with friends to change it up. So no. No. All right, we're ready to rock. Played your first game of Phasma today. Nice. All right, let's go. So this week's challenge is Tortoise and the Hare. Give it your all. This ghost is feeling especially frail. This is at Bleasdale for 5K, and we can see all of our settings for this one if I pull up our information right here. So, compliments of Mr. Big Mike, per the usual. Compliments. Winds of Gale. Thank you for the 6 months. Shirt came in the mail. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. Appreciate you, man. What up, Cheese? All right, get right there. There we go. That looks good. You guys can see that okay? Yeah, you can see that okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. All right, so if we look here, these are the settings for this one. So we have 125% player speed, 50% ghost speed, 50%, but we get all 3 evidence, and it doesn't look like there's any sanity changes. So really this is a get all of your evidence quickly kind of thing and get out of there. You don't really need it to hunt. I guess you could make it hunt for kicks if you feel like it, but I mean, it's a 50% speed ghost, so you probably could outrun most of them. The cursed object is random, and there's all of our items, which look to be tier 1. Gross, but we'll make the best of it. It's okay. So let me get Phoenix the invite, and then we'll get to rocking. Ghost photo should be easier. Nah, that's not necessarily true. Just because the ghost is slower doesn't mean the blinks change. Yeah. What up, CA? It's gonna be a challenge for new players learning the evidence. Oh, this is good challenge for new players learning evidence. Oh, yeah. Didn't know about the speed earlier and got bamboozled. Dude, I do that so much. I'll go into one of these weeklies and I forget that the weekly is not a normal speed weekly. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, that's totally a Revenant. Listen how slow it is. No, it's an Onryo and you're dumb and you didn't pay attention. I do it every time. Royal, thank you for the gigantic emo, dude. Same. I do it all the time. Thanks for the follows.
How are you?
Oh, hey, how are you? Now, you are here
I'm using
to...
Mare's model.
You're... But you should be
Channel
you.
my inner mare.
No. No, be the Phoenix that we know that you are. Wait a minute. Hey, where are you going? Get back to your Phoenix.
All right, that's the me.
That's a you we know. Okay. This was Bleasdale, yeah?
I thought so.
Easy
Bleasdale.
Bleezy. I could double check just to be sure.
Bleasy,
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Easy Bleezy.
Dale.
That's right. See, there's a fly on me. Oh no, here we go again. All right, off we go. Oh my God. Be the best Phoenix you can be, damn it. Rosa, Gabby, thank you, friends.
Take a look at the equipment and
Here we
Oh,
go.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to punish us more. We're good.
No, punish. Oh, like taking equipment away? No, they just gave us all tier 1. Yeah.
All tier 1.
All tier 1. We're a little faster. Ghosty is slower, so we just hurry up, find it, get our evidence, and get out, basically.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. And do one of those, do one of these. Yep, can't really take much else. I'll just grab a matchbook for funsies. Whee! Is that the badge for completing .0 50 times? The one that she has, yes. It is not here in the foyer. The power is not here.
Oh, I'll go look upstairs.
All right, I'm going to the back room right now. Trying to do it quickly so it doesn't waste time. It's in the attic. Dang it. Hot take, tier 1 items are better than tier 2 and 3. Well, that's just a lie. That's just lying. That's all that is.
Power's on.
Donka. Oh, fun. We got cards.
Yay!
Oh, the tier 1. Oh, you still like the tier 1 better than the 2 and 3? Even now? No. No way. After the changes, it turned it into a doo-doo stick. Yeah.
I hope I sound
Hey,
really excited.
you can't be doing all that, dude.
Who? Me?
You scared? You scared?
I scared you?
You slammed the door shut. What is our curse?
Oh, sorry. What?
What is our curse? Not Frank. What up, edits? It's not the Paul. Is it the circle? Oh, duh, it's the cards. I looked at them. Hi. Dad
I
brain.
was just waiting to see if you'd get
You
it.
shut your lips. You know you were thinking about it too. You shut your lips. Sorry, I'm like in mode of like, where the hell's the ghost while also trying to think of everything else at once. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Come on. Bone. I'm just going to pick it up. The tower card should be the tower card is the new full card. Yeah, no, Rachel, it is. I'm just being a dingus. Guitar, thank you for the prime.
Do we know where it
Wait a
is
minute.
at all?
Did I just see my breath? No. Don't be sorry, be better. How dare you? I kind of want to pull a card.
You would.
But there's fear because I don't know where it is.
I mean, that's an extremely spicy way to find it.
I mean, it's being so quiet. It's doing literally nothing. Maybe, I mean, it's 50%. We
in
can
the
get out of
attic?
here. It's fine. It's
Sure.
fine. It's hunting. Attic? Is this a myling? 50% speed. I was like, he's done.
Okay, do we know where
It's
it was?
in the attic. All right. Oh, what a turd. Drop this here. Drop that there. All right, gonna go get more stuff. Got super lucky yesterday. Eh?
I just said okay in a really obnoxious way. You're fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hey, you know. Who am I playing with this week? I'm playing with Phoenix. Playing with Phoenix. This. Our sanity is at 63. What did you do?
Literally exist, so I don't know.
You have like a... Why do you have such a bump on your sanity? Did you get hit by anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's significant. Almost a 20% hit? Yeah, you're like 20% lower than I am.
Oh,
Unless
I
you
was
were walking in the
attic and
dark
you
more
weren't.
than me. Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay. I don't know. First? No, it's cards. No, it's cards. And I pulled the death card and that was it. Jinn. Maybe. Maybe the Jinn. Imagine, dude. But the Jinn.
Oh, and I left the camera up there and I didn't see orbs, but
Okay. Imagine it is, but I can't do the breaker test because the breaker is in the attic. So, like, it would be really just, it would be a false test, probably. All right, let's put you here. Let's put you there. I need to turn off the light. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you near? Where's the camera? Hey, where'd you put the camera up here?
the camera's sitting
Oh,
on,
I
like,
see it
side
on top of the box.
boxes.
I got you. I'm gonna try to help set up shop here. All right, not doing any of that. This we're not gonna get unless we get some salt. We can test it that way. That's fine. Ah, cool! You freaking jump scared me. I went to sprint down the stairs. You scared the crap out of me. Where are you?
Oh, sorry.
Are you near?
I keep getting you.
Having trouble managing your money in Phasmo? What do you mean? Phoenix?
Yeah, what's up?
It's warm up here.
Oh no.
Has anything been moved anywhere?
No, I haven't heard anything.
Dude, this ghost sucks. Hi, Tash. It's warmer there. It's warm there. Hallway ghost? I don't think it's cold enough in the hallway, is it?
Yeah, I haven't seen
not
breath or
there.
anything yet.
There's nothing moved here. What the? The bathroom was going down. Was it? Let's wait here a second. What do you mean? What does going down mean to you? It shot up to 23 degrees. Hey, ZX. Maybe the house just isn't haunted. I don't know. What the Yeah, it absolutely could have moved. I mean, if it did,
It might be in the very back utility room. There's a can of paint on the ground.
Wait, what? Hold on. I pulled card
I don't know
here.
what to call it. Uh-huh.
Ghost hunted. It never came through here. It was upstairs. But it is in the
Oh.
workshop area?
Yeah, because there's a can of paint on the ground.
Hey. I didn't turn that light on.
Yeah, I just got cold breath back here.
What the I'll leave it there. Okay. 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 For the ghost to start all the way over there, is that a stalking ghost or a wraith? Did we just caught in a weird way? All right, let me F it. I'm going for it. I don't know what to do with my EMF.
Okay, I'll go grab our stuff.
I mean, I might as well come get it too. Thinking a wraith that teleported, maybe, but what doesn't make sense though is that neither of us were up there. That doesn't make any sense. Do you have salt? We do. I have some salt right here. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. IG, what's up? The ghost crashed. Twins? No, twins are same floor. They're not different floor. And it's technically one ghost. What a weird ghost. No Orbeez, right? Okay. Let's do for guaranteed walkies. Okay. It's an EMFer. No freezing yet. Since when has the game made sense? Okay, fair. Good point. I can't see. Help. Oh, there we go. No orbs yet. Yeah, yet. Yet. Thank you for the bits. Hey, Chelsea, how are you? Happy Monday. Ghost, listen, I need you to touch the locker or the window. Please. Ghost. Here. Hey, Super. Thank you, Angel. I'm good. I'm good. We have a ghost that's kind of being crazy. This one's a weird one. No freezing. Didn't mean to pick that up. Where is my... There. Fucking hell. Phalanges.
Oh, okay. So EMF and phalanges. That's what you said.
No, no, no. I don't know about EMF. We have ultraviolet though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I heard you say MFer and thought you meant EMFer.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
That's fine.
But hear me out. Stepping outside real fast.
I put a cruci down too. What's up?
So we drew a death card. Follow me. We drew a death card. You were where? You were back in this room, yeah? You were like over near the workshop.
No.
Where
I
were you?
was up.
You weren't
was
upstairs
over
because you
in the
didn't know where
kitchen.
you. Okay, I was gonna say you weren't upstairs because you didn't know where the ghost was. Okay, you were near kitchen. I was in the foyer, and we were like, "What the hell? Why don't we hear it?" And then we found out that it was in the attic. But really, its
Yeah.
room is here. Which
Yeah.
that sounds like to me, ooh, a stalking ghost. Now, what doesn't make sense is that it was upstairs and neither of us were there. If it did stalk across floors, the only ghost that could do that between the stalking ghost here is the phantom, because the main room is on the main floor, not the attic. Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah, I just turned the light on.
Dots and spirit box. Okay. All right. I'm going to try to get, I'm going to go get a spirit box real
Well,
quick.
it's also weird because I had a huge sanity drain, and you and I confirmed that I was upstairs. I wasn't over here.
Right. Right. Okay. Hold. Okay. Chelsea, thank you, friendo. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe it's on its way. It's on its way to the breaker. All right. I'm grabbing a smooge just in case.
Okay, and I did it. Well, and see, look at your sanity now.
Oh God. How is it not hunt? Well, we're not inside. Okay. I'm gonna take one of these guys. I'm gonna take. I'll take the other one. F it. All right, going back. Going back. Coffee, thank you for the follow. Ghost not found. No, ghost found. It's just being a weenie. No, the gin doesn't move to the breaker. No. I mean, if it shows up, that'd be cool. Because we just... When in Rome. Where are you? Are you near?
Sorry.
Dots, yeah.
Confirmed. Just as we thought. It's a damn kid. Hey, Miss Nikki. Oh, friend, thank you for the 11 months. Yeah, it's just as we expected. I was like, okay, there's no way for it to go all the way over there for no reason. It has to be a stalking ghost. The banshee can't stalk across floors. It has to be a phantom. And it's a phantom.
Yeah.
Bang.
Well,
Let's
there we
go.
go.
Let's go. Nice. A child. Yes. With the power of deduction. The power of deduction. We figured it out.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Nicely done. Let's go back. This time a little better. Please. Ghosty, please
Yeah,
give us something
let's
better.
Get better ghost, please.
Please better ghost, please. Yes, please. Haywood! Thank you for the 17. Run it back. It's the first time you've seen the dots work. Yeah, the pen dot sucks a lot. Okay. What do we got? Oh, come on. It's in the attic again.
Like power's in the attic again, so I'll go get power.
You know what? I'm gonna put the camera on my head because you had no idea they could stalk across floors. So there is I don't want to say a trick to it. I'll go get the power. The phantom can stalk you across floors and anywhere on the map. The banshee can only stalk across floors if its main room is an attic or a basement. So if we had a banshee up here, it could stalk me to the main floor. It can't stalk multiple floors, just to the main floor. You always forget the phantom can stalk. I'm gonna turn the lights off though, so Ghosty will do stuff. What's her name? Sandra. Sandra Robinson. Do the ting. Hey, what up, Graham? Damn it. I heard door touchy. Ooh, door touch, straight down the hallway, second floor, on the left.
Okay.
Cold breath in that room, I dropped some stiff. E. Call her Aunt Sandra. Aunt Sandra. Aunt Sandra. Sandra D. Sandra D. That guy. Get a UV. That guy. Sanity's at 90. We're rocking. What up, Faith? Hi, friend. Do you get pictures too? Not on the weeklies. No, it's not worth it. It's like a one times multiplier during the weekly. It's not worth it at all. What up, Ants? How are you? Welcome in. Don't we just love tier 1? It's my favy. Well, that was glitchy. It's not a mare, and we don't have ultraviolet.
Roger.
Who's Roger?
I don't know.
All right, good talk. Jesus, right. I found Sandra. Ooh, orbital. I saw that. Where are you? Are you near?
Orb.
Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Yep, saw the orbital. It's getting active now. No fiber. Okay. Make sure we have no phalanges here. Negative. Okay, good. All right, so all we have is the herb. We are missing some stuff. I could check the temps. No freezing. Also, I'm fairly certain it just chucked. Did we have a book in here? Is that what I just heard?
We have a book now, but we didn't have a book before.
And what was it? Did it throw the suitcase or something?
Maybe.
What was the noise? Was it this? I swear it sounded like it shut a book.
I don't know. What did it touch? Well, now it's rocking in the rocking chair.
Well, that don't make any sense. Heard a book. I heard it too. All right. Still no free. Oh, that's so close. It's 1 degree. Okay. Where's the dooskies?
Right here on this chair. On this footstool.
See if we can get a Rhonda. So we have orbs. It can't be a Goryo, so we can see the dots in person if we need to. Yeah. Hi, Kyle. Hello, friendo. Ghosty, please. No, that's okay. I meant give evidence, please.
Is it touching the plate in there instead?
Yeah. Come on, Sandra D. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Oh, she's drinking on the job. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Another window? Dude. I don't know if you want to try Spirit Box. I'm definitely not getting it, though.
Sure, I'll try.
Being a weenie. What's up, Will? EMF, freezing, writing, ultraviolet, spirit. We're trying it all, man. We've tried it all. Outside of making Ghosty hunt and figuring it out from there. I got nothing.
No, it's not answering me either.
What up, Rev? Yeah. So no, okay. Unless, dude, if we imagine we just have like the most unlucky Obake ever.
Oh.
I just hear another window, but we've had 0 fingerprints though the entire time. I think I just heard another window. I did.
Yeah, it keeps doing the touchies, but no.
Here, it wants to book a little further in. I got it. You can set the dots a little further in. There we go. So no ultraviolet. Not seeing this. Not seeing freezing. That'd be a Raiji or a Thay as of right now, just by the power of deduction. Temps. Yeah, I'll check again. We had 1 degree, but it might be freezing now. Hey, finally. Freezing.
Okay.
Based on that, that would be a Rev or a Ure. So that would be dots or writing. Any day now, Ghosty.
Yuri writing? Yuri's writing? Or is the Rev writing?
The Rev is writing. The Ure would be dots. I don't think it's touched
Who's writing the book?
I don't think it's touched a Nanor. I could go get the other one, maybe move some stuff, but it keeps touching windows too, which is not helpful.
Yeah, it is. So I'll go, I'll get the other book.
Okay. Taking your stuff. Dots, so it's my favorite. Get out of here. Make her do a dot interaction. Come on.
Also, Sanji's at like 60%.
I'm stealing all of her stuff. I don't even know if they actually throw this. Taking it. It's mine. Looks easy. It is. It's just a matter of getting the evidence. Which, like, look. We have a ghost not giving evidence. What if I put it... Can I put it there? No. What if I put it... Here. Do that. It's facing towards us. Yeah, there's more. Yeah, we have the second book here. Look, see. Another window touch. Nope. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. We have a stinky on our hands. Nope, taking this too. Did you just knock the tripod over? Hey!
It definitely did.
Excuse you. I'm working here.
It's like, how dare you take all my personal effects?
Damn right I'm stealing your stuff, lady. You won't do the thing. Fine. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna get in your business. Spawns right in front of me. Right. I don't even have a smudge. F it. Come on, do it. You know you wanna. It's not a bathroom ghost. We're literally sitting here breathing very heavily in this room. Okay, dude. Wow. What a jerk. Where are you?
Yeah.
Can it even be this? Yeah, it could be. Where are you? Are you near? Imagine. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Tried hunting with firelight next to it? Yes, but there's always the possibility it's being Lastinky. Ooh. I think he made it mad. And hunted from the other side of it, even though there was a firelight next to it. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Sylvia, thanks for thanks for gifting a sub to Obake. MJ, thank you for gifting a sub to Revenant. Oh, we're getting all the ghosties subs. I appreciate you. It's done.
Okay.
Seriously, dude. What are you? I might just stay near it this time.
Did you even hear it?
Yeah. Confirmed. I heard it.
Yeah.
It seems fast for a 50%, yes? I hate it here. I hate it here. We love the ghosts. Apocrypha, thank you, friend, for gifting to Ure. Rev, I think it might be a Rev. Rev or a Hantu.
Do you think
Blondie.
it's a Rev or a Hantu?
I don't know. I'm uncertain, but I think it might be one of them. We can definitely outrun it, though. We could listen to it. Oh, shit. Oh my God, I can't hear. Is that a Revenant? Hold on. So it might be a Revenant. Hold on. I'm gonna get a smudge. I want to get a smudge.
Okay. Yeah, because when I heard
Sylvia,
it come
thank you for gifting to
down the
Hantu.
stairs, I know we're on 50% speed, but it was really slow.
Like, yeah, the speed of it was like thud,
Like, yeah.
thud, thud.
Thud.
I kind of want to be like near it if there's hiding over there, just to hear it a little bit closer. So we'll see. I have 2 smudges on me, so it should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have at least one.
Okay. Let's rock. I got the matches. Thank you, Death. I appreciate it. All right, let's go. Oh my God. Gear, thank you for the 3 months. I'm gonna wait here so we can hear. What's up, Dylan? Alyssa, thank you, friend. I almost didn't grab him. I know, but I did. This weekly's going a little bit longer than we definitely intended it to, but. I'm not going to hide there anymore.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. I was like,
No.
that sounded so close.
Yeah, she's a creep. She's a creep.
She was like, I know where you are.
I know where you are. You can't hide from me.
You hide from me. Nom, nom, nom.
Num nums. I know where you live. She's just saying hi. That's one hell of a way to say hello. These will keep me safe.
You are completely hidden.
The ghost can see through these. Do not try to hide. As I say, I'm like telling people, don't hide behind this. The ghost can see through it. How many hours do I have on Faz? A lot. Probably pushing close to 3K. Ghosty, come on. Maybe the ghost wanted to hide too. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe it wanted to hide. Maybe it's scared.
Yeah, that's probably what really happened. It wanted to hide for now. Sounds like there are scary ghost hunters in my house.
And I'm pretty convinced.
On Revy?
We have writing.
Yeah, that would do it.
There was like 4 steps that entire hunt. Yeah. She was trying, man. She's struggling. She's struggling real hard. Mothman, thank you for the 8 months. Hello. How are you? Boom. All right, there we go. Revenante, I just wanted to hear it hunting a little bit closer, and it started walking upstairs really, really slow, and I was trying to get its attention, but it just kept going. So it's vibing. It's fine. All right, you got Revenant?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe the next one will be faster. We don't know. These two were weenies. These two were weenies. She's eepy. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Man, there were like in one of the hunts, it really did step like 4 or 5 times.
I escaped my first revenant.
Look at you go. All right, let's go back. She was eepy. She was eepy.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment.
All right. This time it's going to be faster. It's going to be way faster.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to get in there. We're going to find it immediately. We're going to get out of there. The power's in the attic again. I hate this game so much. Gosh, dang it. Crow, thank you for the 47 months. It's in the attic again. Son of a bitch. Get prep the switch. Mirror? No. We've had no cursed object that has been actually helpful. All right, I'm going up to get that power.
Good luck.
Where else can the power spawn on this map? The power can also spawn in that workshop. And it can also spawn in the under the foyer stairs. Yeah, Shron Cat, hello. No, no drinking, Frank. No touchy. Didn't know that. Yeah, you're good. On professional and lower, you can see where the power is on the map. If you play Nightmare higher, you can't. But I want to. No, you can't. Boys don't play this game. That is what Melissa, I
On
appreciate
the
you.
first floor, I hear a radio somewhere. I can't tell if it's in the workshop or the den.
Did they force it since? I don't think so. No, I don't know that. Is it over here?
Yeah, it's in here. It turned on that radio.
Oh, what a stinky.
I got breaths.
I'm gonna give it some stuff to play with. Book. There's a mug. There's a beer. Oh, no, you did not. F it, it's staying off. What a jerk hole. Val, thank you for the prime. All right, well, it can't be a gin. Oh. All that walking for nothing. Might as well set up dots.
Rude ghost.
Hi, Himawari. What's up, Brandon? Welcome back, homie. Orbicals. You know what? I'll leave that there for now. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now. It's fine. You're guessing a mimic? I don't know. Gamer Wolf, don't laugh at me. You like this game? I like this game too. What up, Kevin? I'm gonna get a smooch. I'm gonna get another. You know what? We're gonna get the other book and the other dots. We're not wasting time. Let's rock. Thank you, Carrie. What do we got? All right.
Nothing yet. It
brought
does keep
more.
turning on that radio.
I brought more stoof. More stoof. More stoof. There we go. Look at that. Oh, you're laughing at Promise Fire. Oh, okay. Oh. Then it's okay.
I didn't get anything.
Nothing? All right. Ooh. Footy. We have ultraviolet. Ultraviolet and orbs. Vicky. No freezing yet. Vicky, thank you for the prime. Valen, thank you for the prime too. Open for a banshee.
You can try spirit box if you want.
I mean, sure. Yeah. Where are you? Oh, you're here. Okay, I get it. You're here. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? I think it's here. It knocked over our camera. Never mind, I hate him. I treat ghosts that knock over the camera. It's kind of like somebody on the road that doesn't use their blinker. Like, kind of hope the worst for you. What? Hey, stop interacting with stuff through the wall. Hey, Ping. Are you sure? Sure about that? Did that peak at... no, that was an EMF 4 at that point. Because it was an event. Oh, a candle. Oh, that's a fiver. Oh, bake a snake. Come on, do it. Do the Tig.
Let's go. That was better.
I would love to get a 6 finger. Do the Tig. Do the Tig. Do the Tig. If we can get one on the window, I'll get you to pose outside with it.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
That'd be fun. Nice little photo op. Come on, Ghosty, do it. Because look, we can get like one of these right here. Come on, do it. Ghost. What if I do this? Oh, wait, that's not going to work. All right. It can't be writing. Make sure I have Bake circled. Uh-oh.
Careful, SpongeBob.
You know what? We don't need to ting. We're good. No ting required. No, we're good. Can't you
Never
see
mind,
the UV from
never
this side?
mind.
Oh, this house you might be able to. Some you can't. Yeah. Okay, got it?
Yep.
Sweet. That was way better.
Way, way better.
Holy moly. Those other ones were spicy. Super spicy. He did the ting. He almost did the ting. I would have liked the 6 finger
back.
handprint. That would have been great.
Jobs ready for you.
Sold. Well done. Well done.
Yeah,
Go
well,
team,
look
go.
at that.
He did the
Yeah,
ting.
thank you for the game, sir.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Bye.
Bye. Are the weeklies done? The weeklies are done. Well, we just finished the weekly. Yeah. Yeah. Good old Phoenix. No, Phoenix is a homie. Absolute homie. What's the objective of the weekly challenge this week? The weekly this week is Tortoise in the hair. Yeah. Yeah. I'll have it posted tomorrow if you missed it, if you want to watch it back. I'll have it posted tomorrow. Yep. Midnight Blue, thank you, friend. Any tips for anyone going for the Apocalypse Challenge? Kathan, we've talked about that before. Like when someone else was asking about it, and I had said, like, I don't know if I feel qualified enough to give advice for that. Like, if you're going for the gold trophy and you don't feel very confident, I'd say the cheatsy doodle way of getting the gold trophy is to get a Dio. That's probably the most cheaty doodle way to get the gold trophy, because to get the Apocalypse gold, you need to do Sunny Meadows, Apocalypse 3. You need to get all objectives, get the ghost right, get a ghost photo, and get out. So if you have a Dio, your odds of successfully getting all the objectives and doing all that are way better, because you can outpace a Dio when you're 50% and it's 150%. You can walk and be faster than a Dio. Now, if you get stuck, it can catch up to you. But yeah, so you could re-roll and do it that way, or you just practice Apocalypse runs to get better. And if you're trying to do it that way to get better at just doing Apocalypse runs in general, I mean, there's some really great people to watch that play them often. I mean, shit, Dave does them like every stream. Nuka Dave. Oh my God. Dave did an entire challenge of going through all that stuff, man. And then Mike does them a lot too. Casey, welcome in. Thank you, friend. Yeah. There's plenty of people that do lots of, I've only done the Apocalypse so many times. Not that many. Not that many. Enough to get that. Enough to get that. Start doing Apocalypse 3 coaching once a month. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. That's so nice of him. All right. We have ads coming. So I have ads every hour, 3 minutes every hour. So that way we can get rid of pre-rolls for new friends that come in so they don't have to deal with ads. So 3 minutes, take a break, go to the bathroom, get a drink, stretch, do your thing. I'm not going to go anywhere. We're going to wait here at the menu screen. So that way, if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, you're not missing squat. You're not missing anything. So we will wait for you in case you have to wait for the entirety of the ads. So we'll be right back. What are ads? Himawari, I swear. Hi, Crystal. How are you? Stretch break sounds great. It's always a good idea to stretch. Always a good idea to get a good stretch. Gonna roast some peppers. Ooh. What are you making, Rafa? Casey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Thank you. Crow, how dare you? Finally got one of the dang lives. Oh, I appreciate it, friend. It's so good to see you. I miss them all anymore. I know it's tough. Life is just busy at the moment. So busy. I think everybody feels that one for sure. Been playing Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 lately. It's so good. Oh, nice. Have you played? No, I have not. I have not. I made Big Mac Sloppy Joes once on our family vacation. Guitar, how was it? I still haven't made them yet. My wife is not very excited about the idea of them. I don't know if it's because, I mean, it's a Sloppy Joe. Like, what is this supposed to look like? And she literally just made them not long ago, like regular ones. Fantastic. I need to convince. I'm just going to make them. I think that's what I just have to make them. And then just say, here, eat this or don't. But I want it. What is a Big Mac Sloppy Joe? So, we've been talking about this for a while. We randomly stumbled upon it. Someone was talking about it. A Big Mac Sloppy Joe is a Sloppy Joe, except Big Mac sauce. Sesame seed bun. Tastes like a Big Mac. How can that not be good? Yeah. Pretty jazzed for it. Pretty jazzed for it. Smoking some pork ribs right now. Ooh, that sounds good. Sign me up. Yeah, lettuce. Exactly. Shredded lettuce, cheese, pickle, the whole shebang, the whole deal. Yeah. What up? Dumb blonde, how are you? I'm good. And you don't have to go to McDonald's. Any chance of some more Death Watchers? Maybe. We'll see. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Depends how the games pan out and everything. Yeah. You don't understand American. I hate it here. Teeny. Tadashi, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. My buddy owns a couple franchises and give me a... Oh, get out of here. Oh, that's so nice. Solo game now? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to do some challenges. We'll do our classic Nightmare warm-up, but then after that, we're going to do some challenges. You made it back from the ads. Welcome back, friend. They're still running. There's still like 20 seconds left. There might be some people that are still getting hit by them, so we'll wait a couple of seconds. Yeah. Sarash. Sarash, you're going to be so upset. Thank you for the 29 months, Sarash. Sarash, I don't know how to tell you this. The other day we had like 3 or 4 mares back to back. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Crapfin, hello. What up, Sebby? Yeah. Literally 3 or 4 of them back to back. We said Sarash is going to be so pissed. All Sarash ever says is it's a mare. And the day you don't show up, we had nothing but mares. And now we're back from that. That's right. Okay. So we'll do a warm-up classic nightmare, and then we'll do some challenges. We'll talk about what kind of challenges we want to do. I usually would do like a wheel of some kind, but we're not going to do a wheel. We'll just pick a challenge, we'll do it, and then just have fun with it. How was work for me today? It was fine. It was fine. We just did a bunch of interviews all day. What's funny is that one of the people that I was talking to that was kind of arranging a lot of the stuff today, she was randomly talking about something with us. I don't remember. She was kind of nerding out a little bit about something. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize like that at this place they would be into something like that. Talking about like random nerdy things in gaming and stuff. And then she said something about games, and she was talking about I think she said something about Roller Coaster Tycoon or Sims. And I was like, well, I don't play that. I was like, I mainly play like horror. And she was like, oh, horror. Yeah. Yeah. I was playing Phasmophobia the other day. I was like, I love Phasmo. She was like, oh, really? Oh, I love it. I was like, yeah, me too. And then my buddy that was there was like, oh yeah, he's an official creator. And she's like, I was like, fucking stop. Just please stop. I was like, please don't do that to me right now. But yeah. So. Hey, Hollywood, what's up? No. No, it was super cool to run into somebody randomly that plays Phasmo. I don't know. I guess I don't get to see that super often, so it's super cool. I guess I don't say it out loud that great. Like your mom embarrassing you, yeah. Hey, he does this. Shut up, Mom. Disable, enable. I don't think we have anything from the shop. Oh, except for those. Yeah, there we go. It's like getting a shout out when you say hi to an. Oh my god. I wonder how much game will grow when the console comes out. I imagine a decent amount. I mean, think about how many players play on console on any game. Yeah. French Brett, what's up? Welcome in. What's up, Wizard? It's like, I guess the equivalent would be just thinking about past experience from what I've played. It's kind of like whenever Rocket League became crossplay and free to play. Yeah. It opens the door for a lot of new players. A lot. Yeah. How does the quick loadout work? The quick loadout, you create a loadout slot and then you set it here with what tier and how many you want, and then it saves every time. And then you can set as many of these as you want. It's a little wonky and kind of messed up though, because when you prestige and you come back, if you had this set up a certain way with a higher tier, it's kind of broken. I don't know. Yeah. Phoenician, hello. Had a Gorio today that refused to give evidence. It was so frustrating. Welcome to Phasmophobia. It's so great to have you here. All right, let's warm up with some Nightmare. I'm not sure how many people just hang out in the online store and just browse the game. Yeah. Yep. The amount of time mistaken ghost for other ghosts. Oh, we've done that all. Well, I mean, not all the time. We've done that a lot. If you have a shade that's being super active, if you have a demon that's being extremely passive, you know. Want to have it console. Yeah. For anybody that is unaware, we are going to have, oh, I was like, oh, this is not tier 1 equipment. Yay. Console is coming out this Halloween. Around the event this Halloween. Yeah. All right, Kyle. Witness a Ghost event, EMF, and Repel. Let's rock. Let's rock. Tyler, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Can you believe this October I'll officially have been here? No, Sarash, I can't. 4 years is wild, dude. Oh, F your face. Not you, Sarash, the cards. All right, let me find out where that goes. Actually, let's go find power. I don't know. I just pray that we get a new ghost. That's like buried into my skull now, is wanting a new ghost. Just realizing how long it's been. Like, damn, it's been a long time. What's the ghost name? The ghost name, it's Kyle. Hi, Green. Okay, so we have Siraj with mares, Kill with demons, and Chiba. Yeah. Hey, Jade. Me with Urays. Well, you're all sick. Oop, I heard that. What kind of ghost? What would they name it? I mean, oh god, you have tons of options. Was it actually okay? What it sounded like? It sounded like it was over here. Okay. I think it might be over there. It's a gamer. Yeah. We're gonna get the UV. Don't forget that you can check the UV on the keyboard for prints. Do not forget. Love throwing the flashlight. You got to, man. You gotta speedy. You drop the flashlight, grab your other stuff, get out of there, go. Hey, what up, Dream? No, you're fine. Don't worry about it, friend. You're good. All right, no phalanges. Roger that. Up that there. Wait for this to come back around. Ow. Ma, what's up? Daily prints on the computer. Yes, and you can actually tell if it's an Obake with a special Obake print. Certain amount of fingers that they do on the keyboard. Sort of like the light switch. How you can tell if it's an Obake. Same kind of deal. Yeah, the difficulty's nightmare. Wait. Did I just hear a door slam? What? Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Orbs, freezing dots. Orbs, freezing dots. Roy, thank you for becoming a new member. What's up, homie? Orbs, freezing, and dots. Interesting. Okay, I'm getting one of these. We're getting one of these. That could be absolutely wrong. I swore I thought I heard a damn door slam shut. Went like muffled though. Text on the screen. Oh, the whatever you call it. I don't know. Closed captions. Where are you? Are you near?
Any close?
Okay. I did not see orbs, and it is 3 degrees here. Yo, what's up, Lovin? How are you? Josh. Don't have you. We also don't have you. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Okay. I don't know what I heard. I'm not even sure anymore. I swear I heard a door slam shut that was muffled. I don't know. We're losing it. We're losing it. Your last message. Wait, what, Halo? I got you, friend. I got you. The ghost is being a silly goose. It is being a silly goose. Finished doing no evidence runs. Nice. Awkwardly weird. What up, homie? What days? Matt, on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Usually, typically, and then Tuesdays only on TikTok. That's usually around lunchtime. Yeah. Ghosty, where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Are you in here now? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Where did homie go? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Did you move, homie slice? It's 3 degrees here. Okay, let's go get more stuff. You're near? Roger that. Doesn't help me none right now, but it's okay. In your best Miss Doubtfire voice. Hi, CJ. Hey, I've been in the Miss Doubtfire house before. There's a fun fact about me. Not many people can probably say that. Right, Janelle? Right here. What do we need? Witness the ghost event, repel? Okay, well, that's not very helpful. Not between those guys. Want to hear the ghost say, I'm so sorry. Mimic. I wasn't seeing orbs, though. This mother effer. Maybe there are orbs. Maybe they're just in the garage. Because maybe, you know what it could have done? It could have absolutely slammed a door shut and then opened it back up. That's slow twin. Wait. EMF spear box freezing. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm not convinced anymore. That was weird. Sounds normal. It didn't start off sounding normal. It didn't start off sounding normal. Are you a possible Moroi? Definitely moved in there. Okay. Jesus Christ. Spirit writing freezing. Okay. Spirit writing freezing. We have spirit box. Shut up. Okay. What? Oh, but it just touched this locker, by the way. No? Nothing? All right. Don't feel like it? Where are you? You're there. That sounds that's too fast for a twin. That's too fast. Listen to the speed of this ghost. Listen how fast that is. Yeah. 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 Listen to how much faster it's getting. That's what I thought. I heard it change speed during a hunt. Z! Thank you for the 13 months. Hello, friend. I heard it change in the middle of the... Would you open the damn door? I heard it change in the middle of the hunt. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Oh my god. Night Fury! Oh, the game's going. They're okay. I'm trying to see if I can get this second evidence for this Moroi. It's not working. Mav, Connor, thank you for the follows, guys. Oh yeah, definitely cursed. That's why we're hearing the speed change so much faster than normal, because I'm cursed by the Moroi, so that means my sanity is draining twice as fast. This mother effer touched a locker and didn't give me an EMF on it. Hey, Bison. I'm telling you right now, it touched a locker and did not give me an EMF, which is malarkey. Spirit box. Okay, so writing or freezing? At 0.8 degrees, you might not have been able to see that, but it's freezing. Okay. I believe you. Yeah. No orbs. Not a mimic. We hear the speed. If it was a mimic, it would have changed Ghost by now. So there you go. We do need to repel it though. So let's just go back inside and go hang out with Ghosty. All right, we're back. Just had to check my cell service. Hey, Rumbles. He is speed. Did we ever think that the reason that the ghost hunt is because it's lonely? I mean... Well, that's just sad. Boom. I mean, I wasn't going for the perfect game, but I guess I could. How the week ago? It was fine. Yeah, the weekly was great. I could go hide and then I could take a crap ton of sanity and we could hear the Moroi slow down to stupid slow speeds. Yeah. Fancy, I see you at the redeem, friend. Thank you for the VIP. I got you. All right, let's take these in there. How's the ghost? How'd you get the red name card? The red name card is if you are a Kinetic game partner. So if you are an official creator for Phasmophobia, you get that card. Yeah. Oh, Fancy, I appreciate you. You know, it's funny you mentioned about the ghosts. It's funny you mentioned about the ghosts and how like maybe they're like this because of this. I think it's one of the reasons that I like Return of the Living Dead so much. I think that's one of the reasons why it's probably one of my favorite horrors, even though it's like very, you know, it has its comical moments on top of the horror moments. It's not just straight horror and gore the whole time. It's got like a very mixed emotion the entire time, but it's one of the only ones where you get an explanation as to why the zombies are screaming like they do. It's one of the only movies where that I know of why they kind of explain to you why they're like that, which is super freaking cool. Yeah. Do you get more of an ego being a top Phasmo streamer or knowing that you've been in the Mist Alpha? Oh, the Mist Alpha Firehouse for sure. Oh, 100%. There's no need to hesitate on that one. Yeah, we got that. Thank you for the follows, guys. Welcome in. So we'll grab a smooge, go back inside. We had the repel. We got all that. We'll grab this and we'll grab that. Let's go. Yeah. Abel, Lovin, Sixter, welcome in, guys. Dude, listen, that house is super freaking nice. Super nice. All right. I need you to not hurt me, okay? What we're gonna do, I want you to be able to hear it. Okay, that's fine. You do you, boo-boo. Misinformation hello. What are you doing? When the ghost starts to hunt, I'm going to... A knife! When the ghost starts to hunt, I'm going to take all of this sanity so we can hear the speed change. Hey, Fishy Buns, welcome back. Because your sanity is what controls the speed of the Moroi. Hey, what's up, Lynn? Maddie, hello. What's up, Toxic? If it wants to hunt. Console version. Console version's coming out this Halloween, friend. Yeah. Soonish. That's for sure. Soonish. Listen. It's real slow now. Did I drop a single or a 3 here? Is that a 3? Or 6? A 6er? Okay. I think I could take one more there. Technically. Right? Hey! Trying to eat something with a... Oh, no. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yeah, sick. Okay. Oh, shit. Now we need the bone. You hope the console gets parts of Phas? No. You have to think of it like this. If console only gets parts of Phasmo and not the entire game, how are they going to play with anyone else? You know? Just gonna see unrendered textures. How's that gonna make fly? You know? Thank you, Z. Yeah, that's why everybody has to have the same stuff. Upstairs bedroom, left around the corner, far by bathroom. Okay, upstairs bedroom, left around the corner, far by bathroom. Oh, I saw the mug. I thought that was the bone. I was like, get out of here, dude. Apocrypha, I swear to God. I was like, you shut your lips. Oh, it's really close, though. It was a spine in the bathroom. You were real close. You were right there. Missed it by that much. I think people would be really upset. Yeah, I think so, too. I agree. All right, we're good. That's a perfect. So close. So close, but so far. So sad. What is the conflict with Baron's ban? Pezzy, that was like ages ago. What? Are you just hearing about that? Baron's ban? Wait, what do you mean his ban? Are you talking about the thing that was talked about like how long ago?
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Yo, what's up, Aiden? Having trouble finding the bone lately. Do they spawn in set locations? No, it's 100% random, but it's where the ghost can walk. It's where the ghost can walk. Supposed to be where the ghost can walk. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. Sarah Dallas, hello. Welcome in. How was your stream? How are we doing? I know about it because I watched all of you guys on YouTube. I don't know what that means, though. Like, wait, what? We're doing. How are you? I'm good. I'm doing swell. We got done the weekly, got a nice little warm-up game in, and then we were thinking about doing some challenge runs. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you, friend. I hope that your stream went well. My side of the story. What do you mean? What would my side of the story be? It didn't involve me, Pezzy. So you're saying that one time the ghost can walk in the... Oh, listen. It could probably phase through that stupid trash can. You know that it can. Challenge, save toe. Hi, Jamie. Let's start with ghost walking the Do you think Phasmo collabing with another franchise could be interesting? I would be very interested to see what that conversation would be like. Yeah, it would be a very interesting conversation. Is there a reason for the level 1 instance? Yeah, it doesn't change the speed of the ghost. That's why I'd prefer it. Yeah, a lot of people like to use tier 2, tier 3. I like to listen to the speed of the ghost, and it makes it easier for me by not changing the speed. Not to mention, usually when I'm using incense, it's because I'm using it near a hiding spot. And if you slow down a ghost when it's near a hiding spot, it stays there with you. So if I use a tier 1, it just dipsy doodles on out of there. Yeah. Said a lot about you with exploits. What exploits? Yeah, with the weekly. My side of the story. No, Pezzy, you're bringing up something that was buried a while ago, friend. No, if I was brought up at all, it was probably because there was creators that were having conversation. Yeah. Yeah. I was definitely not involved. But how do I feel about it? How do I feel about the ban? I mean, I literally talked to Baron in person about it. He did something that he knew would get him banned, and he got banned. Do I think that there's some things that happened that shouldn't have happened on both sides of the fence? 1,000,000%. Yes. Yeah, it's never had anything to do with me directly. No. No. Such a strange thing to bring up a month after the fact. Yeah, a little bit. It's kind of like when people are like, people coming in. It's sort of the same deal, like coming in being like, you play Demonologist? How can I take this red card? You can't, because it's mine. I did do the weekly, Maddie. Yes. Yes. Sarash, I swear to God. Hey, Mrs. Scott. We're going to start off with what challenge should we start off with? I have a bunch in my head right now. Do I ever play Phasmo? No. Saw a chance and took it. I mean, fair enough to you. Okay, fair play. Should get a new mode. Start with Chat His Ears? I mean, I could. No doors? Now, here's my problem. Well, not my problem. With no doors. I'm cool with doing a no doors. We like the idea of Ridgeview. Do we think that there's another map that could be decent on? Who actually plays Phas? Do we think that there's another map that would be good for that one? Y'all taking care of my pup? Yes. Yeah, they're doing great. No doors on Camp Woodwind. You can leave. Because there has to be a balance of you have a chance while at the same time you could be shut off. Like, think about Sunny Meadows, why that would be a bad idea. If the 2 doors that go to the rest of the map are shut, enjoy your stay. Point Hope, most of the map has no doors. No door on Willow. If the 2 doors at the front are shut, I'm stuck. There has to be a decent walking area, like Grafton. Grafton might be a good one. Grafton, yeah. Lady Ravenous, yeah. Grafton could be good. Yeah. I don't know what playlist this has moved on to. I'm hoping this has moved on to a Monster Cat playlist or something that I can actually play. You don't see players playing in high school anymore because that map sucks. Yeah. Let's do Grafton. No doors, Woodwind. We'll do a farmhouse. We'll do Grafton. Yeah. You've done it. Oh, have I done Grafton? Shit. Well, I don't want to do it again. Edgefield? Take our chances on Edgefield? Edgefield, no doors? Just risk it for the biscuit? Play on pro? I say we do it. Bleasdale could also be another good one. Yeah, that could also be another good one. Let's do it. So we're going to do a no doors challenge on Edgefield. A no doors challenge means that the only door that I am allowed to move is the front door. That is it. I can't move any other door in this map. If the door is open, I am free to go through it. If the door is shut, I'm just out of luck. So I need to hope that the power box door is open. I need to hope that the ghost room door is open. I need to hope that I have access to where the ghost is, or we're screwed. There's a lot of doors on this map, so there's a lot of hoping. Yeah. What about slightly ajar? If I can fit, I ship. If that door is slightly open and I can fit through, I go. But I can't move it myself. No, I can't move it myself. Yep. Would I rather do Grafton or Bleasdale? I like Grafton more than Bleasdale, for sure. Excuse me. What's the penalty if you move a door on accident? I lose. Yeah. I could say I could eat a bean or something. Yeah, I could do that. Oh yeah, so the run could keep going. Yeah, I could force myself. Yeah, well, yeah, there we go. I'll eat a bean. Yeah, I have the beans here. The beans are here. Yeah, that works. All right, let it ride. No doors challenge. Let's rock. What if the ghost closes the door? Then I'm screwed. If I go into... Oh, God. If I go into a room and the ghost shuts the door, then touche, ghost, because now I'm stuck. No hiding spot, door count? What? Yeah, that would suck a lot. Yeah, that would not be very fun. That would not be very fun. That would not be very fun. Your Baron fan girlfriend is still mad. I don't even think Baron is mad, has he? So if he's not mad, I don't know why they would be mad. He's moved on to other things, friend. You've also got to move on and look at the brighter side of things and also move with him. And still plays right. No, he isn't. I'm pretty sure that he is. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's going to be okay. Papa Doc! Appreciate you, friend. Just texted the ghost about this door challenge. How dare you? He was playing Resident Evil earlier today. Yeah, he has said that he wants to play other games. Yeah. I don't think that he is that pissed off. I think he's fine. My girlfriend is mad. Sure. Anime Rider, thank you for the 3-month Prime. And Jade, thank you for gifting to Janelle. All right, no doors. Here we go. All right, Kim, I need you to be kind. I really need you to be kind. By be kind, I mean, I guess the game has nothing to do with you. Oh boy. Do we think that the ghost room door is going to be open? I don't think it's going to be open either. Okay. Well, I can't fit. Oh, come on. Okay. Not a good start for us. Okay. All right. All right. All right. The only doors that are even partially open are a blocked closet. Hey, Luffy. So now we need the ghost to just start doing things. Yeah, big rip. All right, well, luck was not in our favor. I have no idea what the cursed possession is. I know that it is not the music box or the cards. Maybe I'll say its name. Kim! You know what? Here. You know what? No. Let's make the most of our trip. We got this. Let's make the most of our trip. Put a sound sensor in there, get some motion sensors in there, see if some stuff is happening. Yeah, Alicia, I am. Yeah. Just in case it does stuff, you know. If it's Roman. Hey, what's up, Seekers? What a stinky ghost. Okay. Get one of these guys. We'll get one of those. I'm just putting these at the front door. Be real funny if it was a shade. I mean, and it can be one if it wants to open the door. I've heard nothing, by the way. Except for that. Oh, are you in the garage? Oh, it's the before. Okay. Oh, nope. That's a trap. Nope. Nope. Play the Mad Max clip. Nope. That's bait. Nope. Not doing that to me. No way, lady. Not today. She's trying to lure me in. Hey. Open the door for you. Why don't you come inside? Come hang out. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Is it registering? I think it is. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Sneaky booger. Sneaky booger. All right, let's get a camera in there. What a turd. Oh, I gotta risk it. Oh, there's orbs. Run. What? Okay. We have orbs. We have orbicals. All right, give me this. Oh God. Nailed it. Hold on. Wait. I wanted to go around the other way though. Yep, right there. There we go. Oh wait, no, I guess I got. Can I do it on? Can I do it like this? If I left click. Or can I left or right click while it's not in my hand? Damn it. Did you touch a door? No. No, I've been a good boy. I've been a good boy. The ghosty opened the garage for us. So now we know where it is. We have orbs. We were able to set up shop here. I'm sorry. Oh. And that's what we got so far. You touched the power box door. Oh, shut your lips. Hey, Guinea. No, the breaker door does not count. Doors to rooms. The power box is not a room. Oh, man, show. You know what, though? So we have orbs in there, yeah? Hold on, what? I'm a little suspicious. You're roaming around a lot. Like a lot. You hear the motion sensor constantly going off? Yeah, sure. I was just thinking the same thing, Logic. A lot of walking past the motion sensor. Banshee? I'm thinking it might be. Let's go get a parabolic and see. Careful, SpongeBob. I know. I'm going to walk in there and the ghost is going to shut the door. And I mean, yes, as funny as that would be, it would still really suck. It would still not be very fun. Now, it did give us a singing event, right? I believe it did. Okay. We have all the things. Early Banshee scream now. Event on the stairs, yeah. Let's do this instead. Give me you. Go there. Could be mimicking one. I mean, technically, yes, but the chances of it, a bit lower. Nice try, Blondie. Okay. We're not waiting. We're not waiting. Can we request the music? Request the music box. Wait, what? I mean, I can't request a... God. I can't request a random item. Phalanges. Ho, 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 ho. You're starting to look more like our friend. I like how that doesn't cover it. There you go. It'd be really funny if the ghost vented inside of the room right now. Yeah, it could absolutely be a Banshee. Yeah. Can only certain ghosts roam? No, all of them can. It's just that certain ghosts won't roam very far. Banshee, Hantu, Obok Snake. There's the music box. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. If you are a banshee, you're not stalking very much. And didn't become a six finger. Well, oh. Okay. Well, that explains it, Lucy. Get your ghost fart out of here. What is it not giving us? Ultraviolet orbs and freezing. So I would have to get freezing. Yeah. How many voice lines do you have in the game? 3. I believe. Mimic? No, the only way, listen, the only way this would be a mimic would be if it's spirit. There's no way. There's no way, right? I could have it hunt again, I guess. Just to be sure. But I can't open any doors upstairs, and I don't know if it opened any high. I can't. I have to go in our spot. I have to go in that corner. I have to go hope that it doesn't go over in that little spot. There is a way. No, there's not. Look, the Orbeez are still there. I mean, yes, technically it could. Oh. The Banshee scream wasn't real, Alvora. No, that was a blurb. That wasn't real. It's always possible. I know. Yeah. Yeah, there's sounds that people can play, and they are mean, and they're cruel, and they did it. Yeah. They don't play it out of the kindness of their heart. They definitely play it to be mean. It broke the breaker, remember? Well, not broke it. It turned off the breaker. Drake! Thank you for the 10th Prime. Meanness of kindness. There you go. It's for the content. F those shoes? F those shoes. You're right. You know what? You're right. F them shoes. So many primes. Oh my goodness. For Edge check. Eric, we're not playing with viewers, friend. What up, Kev? Edward, hello. Get the other smudge. What are you doing, you weirdo? Oh, hey, how are you? Got her. Yeah, Hantu should be super fast. Yeah. We should also be able to see its breath from over here. If it events, I don't want it to event on me in that spot. Yeah, I have 2 here, and then I've got another one here. make sense to me. We'll find out in a second. Nope, we're good. There it is. That's what I wanted. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a Hantu. 100%. Yep. The breathy breath. I wanted to make sure. I mean, the speed was definitely consistent for the Hantu. I just wanted to show the breath. I was just so afraid that it was going to shut the door on us when we were stuck in the garage. Oh my God. All right. Well, unfortunately, I have a feeling that the bone is going to be stuck behind some closed door. So, perfect game's kind of out of the question. But we did get all the objectives, and we did get the ghosty. So, there we go. If you wanted to get real sweaty about it, what you could do is you could just keep making it hunt and hunt and hunt until it opens more doors for you to find the bone.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
All right. Perfect game in our hearts. That's right. That is right. But we got it. Let's go. So let's find out where it was. Yeah, Diamond. Yeah, let's find out. Watch, it's going to be somewhere that I could have picked it up. No. Okay. I feel good. I'm fine. The basement door was shut. The basement door was shut. We couldn't get there anyway. It wasn't that far. Like, if I kept it going back and forth, I could have, but like, how are we supposed to know that that door was the door we needed to be open? The basement door was shut. So I could not get downstairs. Could not. Could not. So that's okay. All good. Yep. We figured. I can't believe that every damn door was shut. When you're playing on Pro, when you look at these, the settings, I mean, the doors. Okay, if I go to this, if I go to here, preset, Pro, the Pro preset, door starting open, medium. Medium. I call bull. That's a lie. Had awful luck. Wasn't open at the end. Oh, maybe it was, Tyler, and I didn't see it, or I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. Do I do ghost gambling? Sometimes, not very often though, Breezy. Not very often. Doors are usually closed for me on Pro, like a lot. That makes no sense. Baloney. Erroneous on all counts. That's right. Thank you guys for the follows. Fen, Check, Nutty, appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, let us move on to the next one. I have ads coming. We're going to go ahead and run the ads, and then after the ads, we'll move on to another challenge. Okay. So, again, if you don't have turbo, if you're not subbed, I wait at the menu. I wait at the main screen when I can so that you don't miss anything when we have the opportunity to. Especially when I'm playing solo, it makes it a lot easier for me to control this. So take a little break. It's only a couple minutes. You're an ad person. Hey, just enjoy the ads and let us know how good they were when you come back. And we'll be right back in 3 minutes. There we go. Yeah, see? It's like watching TV, you know? What's the difference? Don't tell me what to do. You're going to go log out, Roxy, and purposefully watch ads right now. You know, sometimes I do kind of wish I could turn them on just to see what ads people are watching. But people are being served different ads, so it's really hard to know that. Yeah, but you wish it was like TV where you could like, what are you watching? Oh, okay. Twitch TV. Yeah. Yeah. Tyler, thank you so much for the follow. It's showing some yummy food. Ooh, be jealous. You know what? We're going to look up our own damn yummy food. Yeah, Lydia, I know. No ads, I know. That's what we'll start doing. We'll start watching. We'll start looking up our own damn food. Different because of the... Yeah, I think it is too. I think it's different because of the location. Yeah, it's served differently to different locations. Yeah. There's a lot of factors that are involved. Move ya? Hot Pockets? Bro, let's go. What's your favorite? The idea of people's ads being the same is an interesting concept. Yeah, but you have to think about ads and how it has developed over time and it has become advanced. It just wouldn't make sense to make everyone watch the same ads when you can target certain markets and demographics. It's more bang for your buck. So they're not going to be like, everybody watch this ad, like a national TV station where you're all watching the same thing. They're just not going to do that because it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Faye, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Closing time at the Cat Cafe. How was the Cat Cafe? How was stream, friend? How'd it go? What'd you do? Welcome in. How are we doing? Hello. How are you? How was Phasmos? Very spooky. Good. It's supposed to be. Heck yeah. Pepperoni Hot Pocket? Dude, I'm down. Listen, if they want to listen, I don't have sponsors, but I'm just saying, if Hot Pockets wants to reach out, listen. Listen, my DMs are open. Hey, Brandon, how are you? Haven't been live in almost 4 weeks. Ooh, how'd it feel? How was? Hot Pockets hit different? Yeah. I'm sorry that there's freaking ads playing, Faye. I know. We try to catch them at the menu screen whenever we can. Bot Pockets? I don't even know what that means. I had friends over. Oh, you had friends over for 3 weeks. That's pretty cool. See, that's pretty cool, though. I mean, that's a pretty good trade. Don't stream for a bit because you get to hang out with friendos. Like, that's pretty awesome. You don't have them. You can't order them? Like, you can't have them shipped to you? Ham and cheese Hot Pocket? I'm just a classic pepperoni guy. Philly cheesesteak Hot Pockets are a perfect piece of heaven. I don't know about that. I don't know if I would have that same sentiment. Like, I love Hot Pockets, but that one's kind of like a tire. Maybe they've improved over the time. I just haven't had one in a long time. Not the Philly cheesesteak one. It's okay to be wrong. Wow. Wow. Ham and cheese are awesome for breakfast. You ever have the breakfast ones? Dude, the breakfast ones are great. They come in like a croissant. And you can get sausage ones. Oh, they're delish. They're delish. Use code FlashForce at checkout. Let's go. I'm drinking an orange Celsius. Yeah. All right. On to our next challenge. We are back. Faye, thank you so much again for the raid, friend. I appreciate you. Breakfast ones. Dude, are you kidding me right now? Really? Hold on. Hold on. Dude. Oh God. You're telling me that you haven't seen these? You live under a rock. Well, climb out. Pizza bites. Oh, I love bagel bites. Yeah, my wife and I eat them like once a year. They're really good though. But yeah, these guys right here, the sausage, egg, and cheese. Oh, delish. So good. Chronically, thank you for the follow. They're great. They don't even need the crisping sleeve. That's how good they are. They're so good. I don't go for the bacon. I go for the sausage. Yeah. Order for that, dude. Yeah. So good. So good. But anyway, yeah. Came for the raid, stay for the food discussion. Chronically, I am fairly certain that almost every, like, at least 75% of streams go from whatever the hell they were doing to food. I think it's just inevitable at this point. And we are a part of that same demographic. Yeah. Question. Queso special. Hey, listen, I'll have what he has. What challenge now? We did no doors. Let's do chat his ears. We're going to do chat his ears, but we need to decide where we're going. 100% food is indeed inevitable. That's right. Inevitable edible. That's right. Chat is ears. Where are we going? I don't remember the last place we went for chat is ears. I don't remember. Universal language? I mean, that's okay. That's fair. Point Hope? Oh, dude, there's no way. I don't think we could do Point Hope. That would be rough. Point Hope would be rough. Since it's hard to hear stuff across floors and hearing the ghost and all that jazz. Oh my God. Yeah, that would be a doozy. That would be a doozy. A farmhouse? Maybe. Maybe. You guys want one of the farmhouses? Hey, Roller Coaster, how are you? What's up, Nat? All right, let's do a farmhouse. Grafton or Bleasdale? Which one? Here, we'll do a vote. Here, I'll do a vote. Hold on. Here, we'll do it like this. We'll do a really fast 1 minute poll. All right. Vote. It's in the chat. If you don't see it, refresh. Vote. Where do you want to go? Grafton or Bleasdale? This is for chat is ears. This is for chat is ears. This is on the purple side, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, Nat. Yeah. High school. High school is not a farmhouse. How dare you? Thank you, Dream. Yeah. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Yeah, that's a lot for Grafton. Okay. Sunny Meadows. Ah, yes. The original farmhouse. Ah, yes. Okay. I don't think Grafton is going to be taken out, so we're going to go to Grafton. I love Grafton, man. Grafton is such a great map. I hear freezing. Cool. We're going to start off like this. This is the life we live. Huh? This is what we're going to do? Huh? I hate it here so much. All right. So, Grafton won. We are now going to do chat as ears. So, I will not be able to hear the game. Chat will be able to hear the game. They will be trying to help me with the investigation. Obviously, they are going to do the best job that they can. They are going to let me know all of the ghosty sounds, and it is going to be spot on. Nothing is going to be throwing me off. They are going to be in their best behavior. Right? 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 I hear orbs. All right. Trolling the same way as oh, dude, this happens every single time, man. Yep. Kaylee, it's the yeah. What can go wrong? Yep. Good times. Thank you for the follows, guys. Ash, thank you for the prime. Okay, let's go. Oh, or not, game. That's fine. You know you love us. Whatever. When was the last time you used the ending screen? It's been a while, Rafa. It has been a while. Now I just do that every now and then. Just pull a doc. This will go great for me. That's a lie. All right. Fake ears inbound. Headphones are completely turned off. I should use it this time. What do you use for your voice changer? I have a Rode. A Rodecaster. Yeah. No, they're not real. They're fake. They're fake. They're not real. Okay. You guys can hear the game okay? Everything's cool? Everyone hear it okay? Yeah, we're good. This. It sounds like a mare. All right. Ground rules here. We need the ground rules. I do not need to know what sounds I am making. I just need to know sounds that are going to be helpful. Okay? Okay. Do we understand? Do we get it? Understood? One's in chat if we get it. Two in chat if no, I didn't hear you. Seven, -1. Truck door, 9. Yep. All right. Yep. That seems right. $69. I just really, really hate it here sometimes. 420. God, mother. God damn it. Demon, take me. Please. Oh, no. No, no, it's the cards. Son of a... Damn it. All right. Flash POV. All right, let's go get the power. Let me know if you hear things, I guess. Pull all the cards. I mean, we'll probably pull a couple cards. After I get... Let me get the power on and all that stuff. Oh, it's upstairs. Water's on. Are you sure it's not the rain? Creaky door. Is it actually a door? Is it actually Nanor? Hey. I don't hear water. It's rain. Is that what you say? Is that what you say at your house when you hear it raining outside? You just go, water! All right. I'm gonna start yelling that every time. Every time I wake up and I hear rain. Honey, water! What's wrong with you? Oh, it's raining. Ambient noises, thank you. The sky is leaking. I don't need to know the noises that I make. I'm very well aware that the breaker flipped on. I sensed it with my own 2 peepers. Raising the roof alone. The locker door was touched. We're not trying to create... We're not trying to create some text story of my investigation. I just need to know what the ghost does. As Flash makes his way down the stairs, he decides to flip the light switch in the foyer. Looking for ghosty shorts, he sees absolutely nothing. But as he enters the kitchen, oh boy, he's in for a real treat. Ghost, please. Play-by-play, yeah. Beer can? Are you Tin Manning me right now? Oil can? Item got thrown. Okay. 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 Oh, wait a minute. I didn't turn you on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Oh. What was that? Was that a 5-er? Was that a 5? Oh, what the hell did it do? Hey, Stinky. Oh, there's hiding in here too. Great. All right, it's 5 degrees in here. You can't see it because the cam, but there you go. Bounced it. Bounced it. Oh, it was the beer can. Oh, okay. Here, let's turn this off. Roger that. So we did get a 5. Okay. So we have evidence. Sweet. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's go get more stuff. We don't need to hear Flash. We only need to see. I don't know what that means. Heavy rain, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate it. My Hot Pockets are done. No, that just reminds me that I don't have any. Now I just feel lost. Hutch, thank you for 60 bucks. It's a demon. No, it's not. Galaxy Quest was heard. Resi, I am. Yes. Yeah, I am. Imagine doing this challenge on Apocalypse Run. Oh my god. I mean, shit. I think who's done that? Big Mike has done that, I think, hasn't he? Big Mike has done EMF again. Ooh. What's you doing? Oh, whoa, oh, stop eating my book. Hey, hey. There we go. We're fine. Sounds like a banshee. Well, that doesn't make sense. Touch Nanor again. Ooh, fiver. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. All right. Still no freezing. I have 1.2 in here. So it's close, but it's not close enough. Nah, no freezies. No, it's close. Maybe grab an EMF. Yeah, we're gonna grab UV. You hear orbs? Okay. Son of a... Relax! Let's get you, let's get you, let's get you. Your headphones aren't attached to your head? I mean, on Tuesdays they are. Don't pick skin. Ben, I swear to God. Don't pick skin. You sure about that? You sure about that? You thought you saw dots? I didn't see anything. No, it's an inside thing. You guys don't even understand. You don't understand. Our days are interesting. Oh, hey, what you doing there, friendo? Hey, what's up, Eric? Well, wait, you just wrote with that. Okay, so that's you or you. Okay. So, well, I don't have you. So I'm not going to have freezing. So I'm going to have spirit box. Where are you? Are you near?
A close encounter.
The power of deduction. Hey! Where are you? Are you near? Where are you?
Behind.
Are you close?
Right here.
Where are you? Totally not. Wait, wait. Oh, I thought an event just happened. It just shut the door. Okay. Nothing on the spirit box. Yeah, you're animals. Absolute animals. It was me. What'd I say? What did I say? Right here. Sure, the time we get it, I can't actually hear it. Damn it. Motion sensor, capture a photo and cleanse. Motion sensor, capture a photo, cleanse. Okay. Okay. Can ghosts other than twins and Onryo blow out 2 candles at once? Well, blowing out 2 candles at the same time isn't a trait from the ghost. I'm gonna go get the power back on. Cards. Oh, yeah. Let's get the power back on. But yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. True, true. I kinda, sorta, maybe, possibly feel like we should. That might be a good idea, actually. I hear no sanity. There's a little bit. Breaker switch. Shut your butts. Shut your damn butts. No, we're going to get a tower card followed by a Wheel of Fortune red followed by a devil card. Okay? Freaking easy. Easy peasy. Will it hit that? I don't know. Get the edge. Bang. Throwing stuff. HR chucking stuff. Okay. Well, let's set up shop. Act a little spirit. Act a little sparate. Let's go to the corner. Let's go to the corner. We'll put all of our stuff here. We'll, yep, that's fine. We're gonna go get more smudgies just in case things go awry. Don't want to risk it for too many biscuits because if we do, there's the possibility that Ghosty's gonna eat our face, and we don't like that very much. You know what? Hold on. Hangman first card? No. Although I haven't gotten a hangman in a really long time. Motion went off. Thank you. Hey, let's go. Let's go. You know what? Ghosty's eventually going to come over here. So we'll just go ahead and put it here. There we go. Bang. You hear your dog snoring. That's not helping me in the game, Raven. Thank you for holding. Okay, you don't have to hold it anymore. You're good. Hey, Cassie. My dog's snoring. All right. It's like I went to the bank earlier today. What? Motion sensor again? Okay. You heard your fart. All right. We have smudges out the wazoo. So that should be good. I kind of want to leave this on just in case Ghosty does show up in front of us so we can see it. So that'll be good. We got the smudge just in case. Again, an extra lighter over here. I think we're good. I think we're ready to rock. Dream, you don't even know, dude. You don't even know. All right. Ready for this ghost photo? You ready? Ghost photo. Or not. Hermit card means that the ghost is trapped in the room for 60 seconds. That was close. Whew. Wheel of Fortune red. Maybe I was just late on my call. Oh, that's kind of not what I want. Because it's going to hunt. And oh, God. Okay, I'm going to take it anyway. Oh, we're doing it. We're going for it. Yeah, give me sanity back. I want a devil card. Nope, I want a devil card. I want a devil card. Oh, you suck so much butt. Oh, so much butt. Okay, we're back to 50 now. They're scary. I'm sorry, Crow. It is a horror game I'm playing, though. To be fair. All right, well, we have smudges and stuff. The issue is going to be that I'm not going to know if it's hunting unless I see this door or the lights start going flickery doodah. What I could do is this. I could do this with one of these, and then I could maybe take this. That's a lighter. Oh, it's hunting. Never mind. I have no idea where it's coming from. I see it. Did he see me? Oh, he saw me. Hey, big boy. I missed. I missed. Did I miss again? Got him. Couldn't hear his cries, but I got him on that photo. Missed a I might have missed a couple, but it's, you know, third time's a charm. It's fine. All right, well, the perfect game's out of the question. What's the ghost? It's a spirit. Yeah, it's a jerk. I mean, I did smudge it. No, it's fine. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we got there. It's fine. Could feel salt. But when you can't get a perfect game, I mean, taking photos and filling the book, you get a few extra bucks, but it's really not worth the time going in, is it? I mean, I have an extra smudge. Yeah, fine. I'm taking another lighter because I'm going to pick up another one. Yeah, fine. I heard missed photos. Wow. It's going to start hunting. I'm going to die. Okay. Can't take any more. Here we go. There. Now, what I don't know is, I don't know where the bone is. I could try and go look for it real fast. I mean, if I'm going to fill the book with photos, I mean, we might as well go look for it. F it. F it, Jeff it. We're looking for the bone. If the ghost finds us, we're in trouble because there's no hiding. See no immediate bones? No hunties? Hunty, no hunty? Okay. Bathtub bone, you think so? It's hunting, bro. Nope. Can flip the light switch, bro. That means it's not hunting, bro. Found the bone, bro. You just gotta get good, bro. See that? Nice try, bro. Door's still open, bro. Damn, bro. Yeah. Damn, bro. Yeah. We got the bone. We're good. We do have 3. Yeah, because it's a spirit, I had a lot longer to look. Yeah, so we had 3 minutes. I will take it. Sold. Damn. That's okay. Hey, we still got the ghost. Successful. We did it. Good job, I guess. Roughly 22% of the messages, I think, were actually helpful.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I think. And there we have it. Well done, I guess. Chat his eyes. Get out of here. Yeah. But did you? That's goodish odds. I don't know if that is. Yeah, chat TTS telling you where to go. Woof. Phasma VR anytime soon. I've been trying to really figure it out, man. Playlist? Exclamation point playlist. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've gotten the Hangman card and not actually gotten the Hangman. It's happened pretty damn frequently. Yeah. Pretty frequently. All right, what's next? So we did no doors. We did chat his ears. I know, Dream. Yeah, I need to mess with commands over there. Do it in Nightmare? Oh my god. I could. I mean, I think we have before. No hiding spot? Nah. Random difficulty? We could do a random. Random can be good. I think just a random game. Maybe not random tier items. The only problem, yeah, the problem with random tier items is I don't have all the items unlocked. So I don't, when I get to level 90, that's when I do the randoms. Because then I have everything. Here I don't. Level 78, I don't have everything. Superstar, welcome in. But random, I mean, we could do random map, random settings. We could do that. A no equipment run. We've done those before. Yeah. No cruci, no smudge. That just means finding the ghost quickly and then just hiding all the time. Use all the cursed items in one map. I think we tried that one time. Hi, Mr. Song. All right, let's do random. We're going to do a random. Random just means that we're going to do completely random game settings with a random map. So the way that we do it is we go and do a custom. Now with this custom, the only thing that we really care about, oh, what am I doing? Oh God, go back. The only thing we care about is that I have at least one piece of evidence. I don't need to know how many. I just need to know that I have at least one. That's it. Yeah. Wizard, have a good one, dude. I just need to know that I have at least one. That's it. Okay. So I'll find a multiplier that's high enough. Holy shit. Was there evidence there? Did I have evidence there? Yeah. Oh, that was like a 9 time. Okay. Okay. Sheesh. We'll see how this goes. I have a feeling that I'm going to be extremely slow. Yes, one piece. So Fury Den. Okay. So I don't want to know how many evidence pieces I get. I just need to know that I at least have evidence. Yeah. Yeah. Cause the whole point of random is I don't want to know what the settings are. No, you're okay. You're okay. No, you're fine. So for everybody that's watching, I don't want to know how many there are. I just need to know that there is evidence. Yeah. No, they meant one piece, like the like the anime. Oh my God. All right, let's try again. We want higher than 3. We'll do this until we get something decent. Chemo. The 0, 0. Ooh. Evidence? Wrong screen? Shit. I can't see what it is. No? Damn. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, guys. No. Yes. What? No. What? Zero evidence. Yeah. No. You were looking at the grace period. Yeah, you're looking at the wrong one. You gotta be careful which one you're looking at. Yeah. All right, let's try again. No. I would like above a 4 if possible. Above 4 would be great because that means it'll be at least a little spicy. Excuse me. All right. Come on. Ooh. Thank you. Is there evidence there? Can't tell again. Damn it. It keeps, I don't know why it keeps going to the player screen. No. Son of a bitch. Okay. We go again. We're going to get it. We're going to get it. Enough of these and we will get it. Okay. No. God damn it. We go again. I don't want to accept like a one time just because. 3's getting better. You notice how none of the randoms are getting us super high ones? That one is though. Okay. How about there? Nope. Okay. One of these days, Alice, we'll get there. Just gotta get this motion down right here. Okay. Evidence. Yes. Okay. What was the multiplier? Whatever. It's fine. We'll look at it later. I think it was like 6 or something higher. Okay. There we go. We're good. We're Gucci. Yeah. 6.2. Yeah, exactly. Cool. All right. We are going to do a random. This means that we are doing a random map with completely random game settings. The only thing that I really make sure of when I do these is that I at least have one piece of evidence. At least one. At least one, so we know we're looking for something. Because if you don't know if you have evidence at all, you could do a really, really big loop around 50 million times looking for evidence that you don't have. So getting at least one will give us something. So this is a higher, it's a little bit higher, not too crazy, but you know, above a 4 at least. So let's see where it takes us. Maple. Okay. We don't do Maple too much. Speed wise, that feels pretty normal. I don't have sprint though. I have 0 sprint. And our flashlights don't work. So I'm actually, you know, I'm actually happy with the fog. I like the fog. The fog gives you sight lines. So I'm happy with it, but these are completely useless. So that's our poo corner, which means, unfortunately, because I'm using, this is not a good thing. I should have switched to glow sticks. Unfortunately, that means that my UV is also now useless. Oh boy. Well, we better pray. We better pray that we get something decent. Yep, that's okay. No, you know what? Hold on. We have 0 sanity. We have the activity board and we also have the sanity board. Okay. Do we get any sanity? Let's see what this does. We started at 0. Holy moly. That's a hell of a regen. Damn. Like 35? Like, yeah, this is about a 35 bump for 1. Okay. Okay. So if I take all 3, that gets us close. What's up, Aaron? I mean, that basically puts us at 100. All right. Sold. So let's do you, and let's do you probably. No, we'll do temps. We'll do temps. I think that's going to be our move. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll have power that's not broken. Are you in here with Toe? Did you see how it said up? I think it's in here. Save Toe ASAP. Roger that. All right, let's just drop all this stuff in here. Toe, where are you? Got him. Run. Run away. Run away. No, we got him. We're okay. We got Toe. It's okay. He's fine. Heard CJ say it was built as a separate floor than the outside. Yeah. And you can tell that it's a separate floor by using the parabolic too. Yeah. We saw that right there, how it showed that it was lifted. Okay, you get this. You for now though, I do need to use the crucifix's Toe. I'm so sorry. We'll do this. Do this. Let's take. Oh, we're fine sanity wise for now. Oh yeah, look at that. We're at 97. That looks like an EMF 5. If that's a different floor, does that mean Banshees can't? That's a fantastic question. That's a fantastic question. I don't know. Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Okay. Basically gets rid of that. We had a singing event from the butcher. Door touch. Light switch flip. Definitely not a mare, 100%. I can't check for UV. That's a 5. I could hear the EMF5 from there. Yep. Yep. Unless that counts as the attic. Right. I'm not sure how that works, Song. I don't know how they consider the floors. I don't know. Yeah. Oh my word. Oh my word. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to get more than one evidence. Now, the issue with that being that if the other evidence I would get would be UV, I'm not going to get it, which is super unfortunato. The ghost silhouette in the dark. I thought it was on the other side, like outside, but I mean, we could hear it though. That'd been just really funny if it was. Very active in that other room. It's active over here. Like, why? Okay. Possible Oni? Maybe. Slendy? Oh, I don't know. I'd have to take a lap around. Yeah, I wonder what our sanity was before that. Because that event definitely hit me. Because now I'm at 67, 68. If I was sitting closer to 90 and that ghost just hit me with a single event, then we have an Oni. Which, EMF freezing in dots. It's over there touching doors. You had 2 events. Correct, but only one of them actually hit me though, Song. Yeah, you don't lose sanity just because an event happens. That one, he ran to me. So definitely getting Oni vibes. Definitely getting Oni vibes. Now let's go ahead and start canceling out ghosts while we're at it though. So let's do that for the Wraith. No, Beth. No. No, the point of the random is for me not to know what the settings are. Sanity drain could, but it didn't look like my sanity was draining very much. I heard it. There we go. Not a Wraith. Not a Wraith. Wait, what, Halen? Oh, it's laggy for you. Oh, no. Check your interwebs, friend. Check your interwebs, friend. What's up, Remish? How are you? Oni vibes? Yeah, definitely getting Oni vibes. It's still over there touching Nanor. Still over there touching Nanor. OnlyFans? Yeah, maybe. So, I wonder if I have a cursed possession. I wonder. We'll get the firelight while we're at it. What's up, Sam? I feel like you're 85, 90 sanity just before the event, not 100. Yeah. Yeah, and then it dropped us to about 65. Right? Ish. What up, demon? We'll let it do its thing real quick. I'll go back to the truck, see if my sanity is close to 50. If I'm close to 50, then we'll just let it hunt. Dude, I feel like, is my sanity, there's no way though. I feel like my sanity is not draining. Hi, Mythical. I feel like my sanity is not actually draining. Okay. Not quickly? No. All right, do I have 3 on me? I do. We're just going to go in there and have it event. If it is an Oni, it should event. Now, I don't know where we're going to hide. We go check that out real fast. Hey, firelight. Let's go. Let's go. How long do we think it's going to be? Oh, I'm not sure. Nope. Okay, because if Ghosty's a $150, it's going to be on the move. Switched over. Oh, you're good, friend. I appreciate you. Thank you, Halen. No hiding. Okay. I mean, this isn't the worst ever. This right here. That would do. In a pinch? Yeah, that's fine. I have 3 smudges. That should be enough to get me over there. Ghosty, we need an event. Do the ting. Andrew Clark. At least Toe is safe. This is true. Andrew. Andrew Clark. Whoever's best for you, Beth. Yeah, that's why I try to have multiple. So that way somebody can choose whatever's best for them. We get it, dude. You like the door. And gaming. Watch. Zero grace. Instant hunt. Dead. Come on, man. Is there one you make more? What do you mean, Beth? Oh, watching wise? I mean, honestly, Beth, it's like live wise, it's really not gonna mean that much, like monetarily. Like watching for like views and things like that. Twitch, you don't make anything unless someone's watching ads. Yeah. YouTube, technically you do. Ghost, will you please do this stuff? Maybe even the things. No, I appreciate it, Beth. No, I want it whatever's best, whatever the best viewing experience is for you. Oh, you like doors? Yeah, me too. Like, we have no light. We're completely in the dark. Come on. Come on. It has to hunt soon, right? Oh, Gamer Wolf. Oh, thank you for gifting us sub to Beth. Oh, thank you, friend. Well, there you go. Make the ghost go crazy. I can't. Yeah, we're going to check our sanity. I'm going to go around this way. Bye, Haruka. Go get the clicker. Hey, we can get like this way. Oh, God. Oh. We're within hunting now. Hey-oh. Hey, we're within hunting now. That's what matters. That's what matters. Really? Oh, I don't know if I have time for this. This could be bad. Normal. It sounds normal. This is going to be a big risk. Oh, damn. Okay. Checking blinks for the owner. Yeah, I was about to. I was hoping it would continue hunting there so I could get it there. We'll do it again. We'll do it one more time. One more time. Sounds a little fast. I don't think so. I think it sounds normal. Do banner ads. Stream for Twitch. I assume. Oni-chan? Or do those blinks look normal? Pretty Oni-like? I don't know if I was convinced. Well, it was fast because of line of sight speed. So it sped up because it saw me. It seemed pretty damn visible, though. I'm pretty convinced. We can have it hunt again. Chill by the fire while we wait. You like music? What about the fog do you like? I like that I can see. I can see where I'm going. Hey, what's up, Dip? It looks a bit fast blinks. I don't know. You like jazz? Come on, Ghosty. Oh, no. We might have to do a smudge timer. Is that why I think the blinks look normal? Is this a spirit? It's taking a long time. I mean, but it might be eating crucifix too. It might be eating crucifix. So on the next hunt, I need to smudge and then go get the crucifixes out of there. Stanky spirit. Stanky spirit. Come on. Because what it might be doing is it might be eating the crucifixes, and that's why it's not hunting. Bye, Cassie. Thank you, friend. Why not pull the crucifixes first? So we have no idea when the ghost is going to hunt. You think I'm going to go back into where the ghost can hunt right now and go yoink the crucifixes? Is that a light switch? Yeah, it's a lantern. Yeah, I'm using the lantern to know when it's hunting. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Now it's hunting. Where's the other? Okay. There's one. Isn't the other one over here somewhere? The chicken scared the poop out of you? Hey, what's up, Fruit? How are you? How is it not eaten it yet? Oh, it's not on a diet. It just didn't want to eat it with me around. It's shy. Mine. It's mine. Quiet steps. It was far away, though. So, I mean, it absolutely could be a Myling for sure. Hi, Hattie. Thank you for the 11 months. Hi, friend. Hunting? Like, I hear the footsteps. It's glunting. Yeah, I hear it fine. It's just now it's going over near the fire. It's not coming over here. Timer's still ready. Roger that. Oh, test or love to check? Well, look at the ghosties. So we can't, unfortunately, we can't test for a Jinn. I don't think it's a shade. I think it was active with us in the room. I think it evented on us while we were inside the room, actually. Not speeding up near electronics. Normal speed. Goryo would be forced evidence. So if I have one piece of evidence, I mean, technically we might have two pieces of evidence, but I don't know. Come this way, please. How are the challenges? The challenges were okay. It's over there again. Call it the electronics. I can't. Every time I go over there, I might just have to go sit over there and hang out. We might not have a choice. Because it ain't coming over here. But there's nowhere to hide, so that's going to be the fun part. With no hiding, right? And we can't sprint. I mean, I could always hide in the turlet. Probably good enough. Dude, I swear to God. Oh, I'm stuck. See, I don't know, man. Slow player sucks. No. Okay. So that's about 3:11:15. 3:11:15. No, our power's broken, so we can't test for a gin. We literally can't test for it. It's impossible for us to test for a gin. Ghosty, thank you for the resub. Can't be that. Can't be that. What did I do? Shut up. Put this here for now. 60 down. Roger that. The power's broken. We can't test for a gin. Again. Yeah. You literally have 0 ways of testing for a gin if your breaker's broken. You have 0. It's hunting. We could hear from a good distance away. That's what I'm thinking. Random the settings. Yeah. All right. So the issue is we're thinking a possible Oni. Possible Oni. We can hear the steps. We can hear them far away. Hasn't changed Ghost Room, which is very true. Which is very, very, very true. Calling an Oni based on our original Blinkies that we saw. Why are you this way? Yeah. We'll watch it hunt again. I want to get it over here one more time. We'll watch it, see the blinkies, smudge it, and then I'll go back and look for dots. Because if it's a Goryo, then that means we have a 2 evidence run because it's guaranteed. That's an Oni. Wasn't so confident with the first couple hunts. I don't know if it was because of the fog, if it was because of the lighting or what it was. Just by chance when we were looking at the ghost, when it was running towards us, was not feeling very confident about it. But that right there, Definitely feeling a lot better. Definitely feeling better about it. So, yeah. Oni-chan. Oni-chan. Which the evidence for Oni is EMF, freezing, and dots. But we never got anything else. We never got... That son of a bitch. We never got anything else. So yeah, let's hope we're right, huh? Let's hope we're right, huh? Which ghosts don't have line of sight speed? There's a couple. There's a few that don't.
Welcome back.
Bang.
There's some jobs ready for you.
We thought it was. I just really wanted to make sure. So, nice. Now let's see what our settings were. That is the real question. Or not. Let's see what our settings were. Okay. 2900. That's not too bad, I guess. Let's look at the details of the ghosty here. Less than 30. Okay. Objects moved. Objects used 6. Doors moved 66. 2 light switches. Yeah, well, don't have to toggle this when you broke it, you bastard. Hunted 9 times. And the bone was in the gray tent. So our settings, we started at 0 sanity. Sanity pill restoration was 35, like we thought. Sanity drain speed was 150%. It just seemed so slow. It felt so slow. No sprint. Player speed was normal. Flashlights were off. Yep. Ghost speed was normal. Roaming was low. Changing favorite room was high. And it never left. It never left that room. Never left. Unless I missed it and there was room changes. I didn't see it. I wasn't paying attention to that part. Yeah. Activity level low. Event low. Grace period 3 seconds. Hunt duration low. 1 evidence. So we got the one we were going to get. 0 room changes. So changing favorite room high. 0 room changes. Cool. Fun. It was mimicking a Goryo. That is correct. What is friendly ghost? It's when the ghost can't hunt. Yeah. Fingerprint chance. Yeah. That doesn't matter because we didn't have it anyway. Setup time 0. Weather random. Randomly gave us fog. That's cool. Door starting open, none. Number of hiding places, none. Had our monitors, broken fuse box. It was off. So 6.28. Nice. Not bad, man. Not bad. Not bad. Murky Maggie, thank you for the follow. Hello, friend. Not too shabs. Head to bed. Good night, loving Kitsune. Have a good one, friend. Nicely done. What's one last Willow run before bed? Oh, I can do Willow run. This is Snipes. Hello. We have ads. I got to do the ads real quick, and then we can move on to the next run. Yeah. So let me do ads. After the ads, maybe we can go back and do a normal, like, not challenge one and do it like a normal nightmare. Maybe that's what we can do. Yeah. A classic tankle. We could do one of those too. Yeah. Amsby. Hello, friend. Yeah. All right. I have ads. So we're going to go ahead and run them 3 minutes every hour. So if you are not subbed, if you don't have turbo, you're going to miss nothing. We are going to sit here and wait for you. 3 minutes every hour. Be right back. Can the ghost give dots while hunting? No, but there is a dot bug right now that's been in the game for quite a while where the ghost is in its dot state and it starts to hunt. And what that means is you'll hear the ghost making sounds like audibly, but you won't hear its footsteps and you won't see it. So it'll be invisible. Yeah. Apocrypha. Oh, here I am. Yeah. Eight-bit, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you, friend. Why did I think that was fixed before? I have a feeling that was in the patch notes at one point, wasn't it? What's the ghost that you've had the most? The most rare, like the least? The most rarely. What is the ghost I've had the least? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. They don't have that stat. The invisible hunt. Yeah, I actually had the invisible hunt once. Yeah, ever since that came to be, which has been a while now. It's been in the game for a hot minute. I've only ever had that happen to me, I think, one time. Yeah. One time. Mr. Kill! Can you stream the ads for those of us on Turbo and Sub, please? So we don't miss out. Oh, sir, yes, sir. I'm going to go log out of Twitch so that I can pull the ads up so we can watch them while they're watching them. You know, I thought about doing so. I was afraid of doing it because of like, you know, Glay sort of has something similar where he like runs like ads, but like I've always wanted to run 90s ads during the ad break. But then we're just listening to ads. They're like that the whole time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. Mr. Kill, how was your birthday, dude? Mr. Kill had a birthday. Can we get some birthday wishes for Mr. Kill? He read out my entire message. Adverts from yes. Imagine if you could. I know. Imagine. That'd be so freaking great. Always get confused on how to know what to do with the smudge sticks. What to do with them? You repel the ghost. You repel the ghost. You can do it while it's hunting or while it's not. Yeah. Is running ads worth it for a small streamer? At what point does it really? I mean, I don't. The benefit is, it's honestly, if you can, I'm assuming you can hear me, Obi. Obi-Wan, thank you for the follow, by the way. Personally, my personal opinion, I run the ads to control when they happen. Yeah, I don't run the ads for financial gain because I don't personally see a lot of financial gain from it. Is there financial gain? Technically, yes. Is it a lot? No. Not really. So I do them to control when they happen. So by me doing them, I can do them like this, where we can sit and talk for just a couple minutes, for 3 minutes in the lobby. And then when they're done, we continue moving on. And then there's no pre-rolls for an hour. So I like that. I like it for that reason, because we have to do them. So it's like, well, I guess we'll just make the most of it, I guess. So that's what we do. Yeah. How do you usually tell the difference between a mimic and other ghosts without a hunt? The mimic will change into other ghosts. So if you're getting really confused because it sounds like, well, this hunt, it sounded normal, and that hunt, it sounded different, and that one, it sounded like twins, and that one sounded, there's probably a good chance it was mimic. Yeah. Oh, wait, you said another without a hunt. Oh, same concept, except that the mimic would be doing things that multiple ghosts are doing. It's a lot harder to do it without a hunt, and especially if you're not doing evidence. Evidence is your easiest way, but if you're not doing evidence, it's gonna be really tough. Yeah. If a ghost like a demon hides writing, what do you mean like a demon hides writing? So demon, ultraviolet, writing, and freezing. Can it throw the book? If you're playing on Nightmare or above, the demon can shut the book if it's not going to provide you this evidence because it's the hidden evidence. Yeah. So if you have a demon and it's hiding this evidence, it can absolutely shut the book. If you ever play Nightmare or above, Nightmare Insanity, and the ghost shuts the book, you never just cross off writing. You never just cross off ultraviolet. You just say this ghost won't provide that evidence because it might be the hidden evidence for that ghost. Yeah. What's my favorite item in the game? Dots are pretty cool. Unless you're killed, then it's always a demon. That's true. Hi, comic. Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's do some normal nightmare runs. We've done some challenges. Now let's do some normal nightmare runs. Sorry if I... No, you're fine. Listen, man. If you're going to ask a question, there is a good chance that someone's going to know the answer. Don't ever feel bad for asking questions. Ever. Ever.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting.
I think I like the boards too much to go beyond professional. So Cedar, that's probably one of the nice things about... That's probably one of the nice things about custom is that you could do Nightmare and just give yourself the boards. So do Nightmare settings and then give yourself activity and sanity. It's kind of like when I do insanity, but I give myself a cursed possession because I think insanity sucks without it. So I just give myself one. Yes, your multiplier goes down a little bit, but does it go down a lot? No, not that much. It's really not that big of a deal. And the game is better for you. It's more suited to what you want. Do it that way. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Never mind. We're going back because I didn't change it to Nightmare.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you. I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
That was the same custom we just played. I was like, why can't I sprint?
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
You saw nothing. It's fine.
Investigating.
Michael Wright. I know a guy with that same name. Capture a photo, crucifix, and repel.
Reports of violence.
Groovy.
It looks like they left in a hurry.
Groovy. What are the top 3 tools to start hunting with, in your opinion? I think 3 of the top things that you can go into a hunt with are definitely flashlight, thermometer, your thermometer, and your EMF. Those are 3 of your top items that you can go into a hunt with. Because it changes per person. Some people like other things, but like some people like going in with a photo camera, which is totally fine. Like it used to be a meta to take the photo camera in because you could get fingerprints without needing ultraviolet, but they changed that along the lines of the updates, which I'm okay with. I'm 1,000,000% okay with that change. I think that's a good change. You should have to use ultraviolet to get that. It was just, hey, it was the way the game was. So we played the game the way that it was. But if sometimes I don't go in with that sometimes I want to go full evidence. So I go, video camera, spirit box, and UV. Sometimes I want to go and just see if I can just try my luck, and I'll go in with 3 motion sensors and see if maybe all of a sudden I find out where the ghost is walking. It doesn't hurt to try different things, but this is probably one of the most popular setups that you're going to find. Flashlight, thermometer, EMF. Yeah. Probably the 3 most used things when people walk in. Because if the ghost throws something, you can check with the EMF, and you can check the rooms while you're walking around with the thermometer. I mean, it definitely makes the most sense. My favorite map is Willow. You bring the video camera, thermometer, and flashlight. See, there you go. Some people don't bring in a flashlight because they use their headgear, because that's some of the benefits you have. You can use your headgear for a flashlight, so you don't have to use a flashlight. Whatever you want, Mrs. Snipes. Yeah, either or, friend. It's not that formal. I thought I saw Bone back behind the shovel. I was like, what the? But if you're playing with friends, that also changes the game, because I base what I'm going in with off usually what others are going in with. So it depends. Hey, Katie. Michael. Oh, Tron, how are you? Flash time camera. You know, at one point, I might still do it. I thought about going in the Discord, in my Discord, and pinging the Phasmo peeps in a different channel and asking everybody what their top 3 items they start with is, and then just testing it out, like on stream, just testing it out, seeing how it goes. But oh, you're down here. The reason we know it's down here, the saw's on the ground. The saw's not normally like that. Yeah. Test for speed. Well, it's a little difficult to do that when the ghost isn't hunting. I start with all 3 salt and wing it. I like it. Bold. When I play with my friend, we both take different items so we can have more stuff. That's exactly the way you should do it. Yep. Lighter, salt, pills, incense for a good time. Hey-o. Hate here. I once sighed when someone brought just a video camera in when first entering Ridge. Dots right there in the hallway. I almost uninstalled the game. Sometimes I like to go side quest. So all the objectives, the side objectives, I try to complete all of them as fast as I can. It just depends. Oh, that's not that great. No. Let's do... Oh, I wish that was... Oh, you're over here more. Okay, that works for me. Sold. We'll put the other one on the other side. You hate hallway ghosts? Yeah, they can suck. You go crucifix, thermometer, flashlight. There you go. There you go. What's up, Solstice? I haven't looked for the cursed item. I'm not worried about it right now. Go you, go you, go you. Check this for a sec. Watch for some dootskis. You never get the doll, Frank. Good old Frank. You hate it when the ghost rocks the chair? Hi. Grandpa, just hanging out. No Orbeez? No. Nope, not unless it's moved upstairs or some junk. Okay. Just to be safe. I haven't. Will do. Thank you. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you?
Far from there.
Where are you?
Here in the...
Are you near? Where are you?
Right here.
It touched the poo bucket. It touched the poo bucket. Ew. Gross. Right here. No, that wasn't me. That was them. I didn't say right here. That was somebody else. So the light from the flashlight doesn't interfere with the spirit box? No. Nope. It's just the light from the room. The switch light. That's the only one that interferes. No freezies? No? You haven't walked in salt yet. EMF, spirit box, and dots. I'm a little suspicious. I'm a little suspicious. No, I've played the game a couple of times before. SH, yeah. I have an idea of what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll be all right. Thanks, though. Wraith sus, yeah. Yeah. The fact that it hasn't given me the second piece. EMF or dots. My guess, maybe it's EMF and I just have the lights on now, so it's not doing it. Yeah. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, okay. Now it's showing off. Cold breath doesn't mean freezing. No. Negative. Negative. Yeah. Pretty sure it's a Wraith. Thought cold breath is one of the things in the book. No, freezing is. Cold breath just means that you have below 5 degrees in the room. Yeah. Well, I need a photo of you, Stinky, so I guess we'll come back down there and hang out with you. I guess we'll come hang out. Now, if we want to do like an official, like legit Wraith test for you, just so we like guarantee we know that it's a Wraith. Yeah. There's literally salt down there. You're telling me I've been doing... So you're saying there's a chance. Literally staring at 3 salt piles. Ghosty, I need a photo. Michael! Okay, no. We know you. We know what you are. Just walk through the motion sensor. Just do it. Started playing again. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, Diamond, thank you, friend. Thank you, Katie. Yeah. Ghosty, Michael, I need a photo. Michael, hello. No? All right. Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? I haven't seen the curse. Is it the monkey paw? This is going to be spicy. This is going to be spicy. This is a bad idea. I wish to see the ghost. Hi, Glay. He was camping the stairs. That bastard. Look at... Ghost was stepping up. He said, I see you, tall bastard. I'm gonna get up here. It was escalating the situation. I hate it here. Just so much. Oh, shit. Oh, I need to repel. Oh, damn. That's right. We can drain our sanity. It's fine. We can see now. All's well. It throws a lot. Yeah, well, it's throwing a lot for a Wraith. Let's see. I wish for sanity. I wish for fog. That was spicy. My safety pot. It makes me feel better about myself. All right, here's the real question. Where is it now? That's not what I meant. I meant, where's your ghost room? Gosh darn it. You can't leave. Stay in there. Son of a bitch. Oh, what's up, Alice? How are you? Hi, Christy. All right, well, we need these. We need this. We need that. I've got a lighter on me, right? Okay, we're ready. Let's go. Just want to say hi. Hi. There's better ways. Good Lord. All right. Make sure we mark the ghosties so we don't forget. Is that nursery or master? I think it's in master. Thank you. Ow. Technically, it could have been nursery because it could have been in like the corner or some junk, but it's fine. Here, we'll put all of our things back. Good little ghosty hunters. Hi, Grace. Welcome in. Does your hand hurt? Yeah, we'll stop off at the hospital. It'll be fine. What's up, CJ? Appreciate you, friend. All right. We got a wraith. We've got our objectives. Got a little ghosty photo. Cool beans. I'll take it. Not worried about perfect game. Sold. Sold. Yeah, the reason for the monkey paw wishes, the whole reason for that is that by wishing for sanity, it puts my sanity at 50%. And then by wishing to change the weather, it puts me down to 25. So I'm basically forcing a hunt, essentially. Yeah. Forcing a hunt. I just watched Coaches. I loop good. Pats, thank you for the tier 1, by the way, friend. If I missed that, I'm so sorry. Chaotic, thank you for the prime. I think it happened in the chaos of the ghosty. Yeah, her I loop good. That was pretty damn funny. Have I been Demon Slayed? I have. Yeah. It took a while. It took a while for that to actually happen. No, it's definitely not a poltergeist. It's a wraith. Yeah. Can't wait to unlock the firelight. Yeah, I finally unlocked them. Yeah, 79. Do you think you could guess correctly on Nightmare without a hunt? Yeah. Yeah, because if you can get the ghosty to do certain things, use its ability without a hunt, then you can get it right. But certain ghosts only reveal what they are in a hunt. It would be the same thing as doing a friendly ghost challenge, because that means the ghost literally can't hunt you. Right? So there are certain ghosts that you are not going to know what they are unless it hunts you. Revenant? Good luck. There is nothing about a Revenant that you can find out in between like the beginning of a hunt to the end. I mean, the investigation to the end, unless it hunts. If it doesn't hunt, this is a guess. Complete guess. Spirit? Guess. Shade, things like that you can do. But yeah, demon? Nope, can't hunt you. Raiju? Can't speed up electronics, right? Yep. There's a lot of ghosts that it's just at that point you're guessing. Yeah. Hey, Trog. It's always a demon. Thanks for the follows. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. On to the next one. I'm parched. Thought it was always a shade or a mare. No. That's a dribble. What are we gonna do? Willow. Willers. Willow. Edward Lancaster. Motion sensor, incense, and escape. Still haven't had a Harold Lancaster in forever. Enjoy. Let's do it. Is this music DMCA free? The kind that I'm using, I have a license to use it. So I'm using Monster Cat, which to use on your stream, you need a gold license through them to use as a creator. Damn it. Hours in the basement. Is that? Hold on. Was that downstairs? Oh, we'll get the power over here. Can you buy that, or is it? Yeah, anybody can go get a license through Monster Cat. Yeah, anybody. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Hold, please. I want to check something. Bum, 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 bum. No, the link should be fine. If it's not working, you can. There's multiple different ways to get it. You can also try a different browser as well. Which I hold. I can't tell you. You just have to figure that part out yourself. Right? That part's up to you. You can unhold now. I am old and it's 9:25, which is past my old person bedtime. Fishy buns. I appreciate you always being around, friend. Thank you. It's past my old person bedtime. Roger that. Hey Soul, what's up? How are you? Welcome in. Great to have you, friend. How do we join? It's discord.gg/flashforce if you can't get it to work any other way. Diamond. Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit, that command still works? Oh my god. Thanks for the reminder to turn that off. Oh, Mrs. Snipes, I added them in the Discord because your name is definitely not banned. What is your exact name on Discord? Dude, I get it. You like the paint. Shut up. .5, 1.4. I'll see you later. Yep. He didn't say, yeah, you know, he's out of here. He's like, oh, hey, I know, I'm here. Yeah, that name is not banned. Snipes. Hi, Mel. I'm not going to give you freezing, but I offer you dots instead. Oh, and we also saw them in person, so we can't be going. Oh. Mel, how was your stream earlier? The ghosty was walking away. That, do that, do that. Do, 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 do. When are we getting Rocket League skins for the Faz van? Listen, if they allow us to mod, I can make it happen. Glay somehow stuck it out for almost 8 hours. I mean, he is your fiance. If he can't, I mean, can he really handle you? I mean, so, you know, he's proven his might is what he's doing. You can chill, dude. Wait, okay. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Oh, you're here now. Hey, where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Hey, where are you? Hey, where are you? Ira, thank you for the follow. No freezies. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, pff, duh. It just walked into the room. I was like, oh, it didn't walk in the salt. It's another wraith. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. Give it a follow. Lurking for a while. Forgot it first. Great vibes. Time to hit the sheets. Oh, Alvora, I appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Well, thank you for lurking. I appreciate you. I hope that you have a wonderful night. Thank you. Thank you. And Gamer Wolf, thank you for gifting to Edward. I wasn't paying attention, man. I was paying attention to too many things at once, but it walked. It. Now it's just giving everything. But wait, now I'm really confused. I have orbs and dots, and it walked over the salt, and it didn't walk in the salt. I'm losing my shit. It's not a wraith. What? Okay. The dots walked from outside to in. Walked from outside to in. Did not walk in salt. How? It can't be a mimic. We have dots. It can't be. It can't be. It literally can't be. Watch, I'm going to go back down there and the salt's going to be walked in now. Hey, Trog. What the fuck? I'm having a crisis. Help. Please send help. I need motion sensor, so we'll get that while we're there. It'll be fine. Only features. Oh, Gamer Wolf, I appreciate you, friendo. Thank you. What the stepped over the salt. Yeah. He skipped over it. Watch. Okay, that's not walked in. Now, yeah, look. Look. Look at that shit. Now it's walked in. I hate it here. I just hate it here. Shut up. You're still alive? No, it's all part of your imagination. All right, cleanse and escape. Let's go find out stuff and things. Let's go find. Oh, it's you again. Hey, friend. I missed you. Mrs. Snipes, if we hit the monthly, I play with viewers at the end of the month, friend. So is dots an indicator that it's not a mimic? Correct. If you get, at any point when you're getting evidence, if you get EMF 5, dots, or writing, it is guaranteed that it can't be a mimic. Cannot be a mimic. Because a mimic doesn't have that as evidence, and it can't fake that evidence. Yeah. It can't fake it. So I think what we're gonna do. You know what? Hold on. Before we go all crazy and start going all testy here. I don't think it's stalking me, so I don't think it's a banshee. I think it might be a Thaye. Maybe I do make it hunt. You know what? F it, Jeff it. I wish to trap the ghost. If only had the Ouija. Yeah. It's been a little while since I've had a Ouija and a Thaye. It's been a minute. 'Tis been a minute. It is. Had a long day. Oh, I feel ya. I feel ya. Oh my god, I feel that so much. Soul. Empyrean soul. Well, have a good night, friend. Thank you. Mel, why are you this way? Oh wait, I want to leave that on. Ooh. Let me out. We would like to play. There we go. Why'd you flicker light? See if the ghost was hunting. Mistress Vampy! Thank you for the biddies, friend. Getting ready for a night shift. Oh my. Love the YouTube. Make work fly by. Oh, but I love a live stream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you. Thank you. Yokai for sure. Yeah. Ghosty was here. Ghosty was here. And I was here. Yeah. It's for sure Yokai. Yeah. I could have definitely done the escape, but that's okay. Whatevs. We'll go get the other objective. Help is on the way, dear. Nope. I'm gonna get you with the smudge, you piece of shit. I'd love to see a Twitch rivals Phasmo when it comes to console. What's up, Hollywood? What I missed? You missed it all. You missed it all. We had the craziest thing. I don't know what it was, but I'm sure we can make up something. Damn right I'm chasing the ghost. You know what? Save us time. The time it would take to go back in, do all that jazz. Time to go back in and do all that jazz.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Thank you for the follows. I think it's Agorio. Mel, I found your best friend. KRMBT. Welcome in. He's a yokai. Yeah. No, we knew it was a yokai. We knew. It's always possible. I mean, yeah, that's true. Touche. Touche. Yeah, there's a few good ones in there, Obi. There's a few good ones in there. From the Monster Cat stuff. All right, friends, I think we're going to call it there for tonight. I'm getting tired now. I am getting tired. It has been one hell of a past couple weeks. One hell of a past couple weeks. But you guys are amazing. I appreciate you. Stick around. We're going to go find somebody to raid. Tubes, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for all the love. I'll be live again on Wednesday. There's a possibility it is going to be Ghost Watchers, but I'm not sold yet. So we will see. We will see. Thank you, friends. Tiki Talks. I'll be live on TikTok today, around lunchtime for my lunchtime live. So around 12 or 1-ish. So definitely stay tuned for that. But let's go find someone to raid, friends. Let's go find someone to raid. Yeah, it's 12:30 for me. Thank you, friends. Appreciate you all. Kill, I hope you had an amazing stream, man. I'm sad. I'm super sad that I was away. Well, was away for filming today all day. That I couldn't be around for games because I really wanted to jump in and come and hang out and play. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, friends. But yeah, stick around. We'll go find someone. We'll go find a friend to go say hi to. Oh, if you guys are not in the Discord already, by the way, people were asking about it earlier. The Discord link is there. The rest of the socials are there. The wife and I have been taking turns sleeping on the couch because we have this general fear of Josie peeing in our bed. So one of us has been sleeping downstairs with her like every night. So that's been a blast. So that's been fun. Yeah, because of her bladder stones and all that stuff, it's just, yeah, it's not worth risking having her in the bed and then having her possibly having an accident. You know what I mean? Oh, there's the time. Hey, at least we know what it is this time. At least we know what it is this time. Is she okay though? Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get her. She's gonna get scanned. She's gonna get a scan again this upcoming week. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, it's locked. I was like, oh, that's why it won't let me look at it. All right, hold on. Or maybe it won't let me do it. I might just have to, I'll deal with it later. It's fine. It's whatever. When stream's over, I can't change it right now, or it won't let me because it's in a nested scene and it's being stupid. It's fine. Yeah. So it's not 100% that she'll need surgery, but it's just a good possibility she'll need surgery. So we don't want her to have surgery if she doesn't need it. And we also don't want a vet that's going to be like, yeah, she should probably have this. Oh, when should she have it? Well, the next possible opening is in like over half a month away. It's like, so is this not important, or it is? Because I'm more worried about the health of my dog than anything else. So they didn't seem too concerned. So she's been acting perfectly fine. That's the biggest thing, is that she's been perfectly fine. It's just that she's just been having accidents. That's all. Yeah, which are completely out of her control. Yeah, only Jess. Hello, friend. Yeah, it's been out of her control. She's doing okay for the most part. She is. Yeah, I think it's. I think with the bladder stone she's had, it's just I think it's making her feel like she has to go to the bathroom more, so she's not getting to the door in time. So yeah, and that's okay. I mean, it's not her fault. Get her diapers, maybe help out. Maybe, yeah. She's been, I mean, I've just been telling the kiddos and like everybody else, I'm like, we just have to make sure that we're taking her out regularly. I was like, literally set a timer for 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes, make sure that you're taking her to the door. Don't wait on her to tell you that she's ready. Just take her. Take her outside, because I guarantee she'll go. I guarantee she'll go. Yeah. She's passed a few. Like, we've seen them. We've found them. She's passed a few of them. Yeah. Love the YouTube content. Thank you, Jess. Sending virtual doggy treats. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Had a pet hospital visit a couple years ago. That was insanely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be cheap if we have to do it. Yeah. Yeah, again. Yeah, my number one concern is her health. That is my number one concern. So, little BB feeling good and acting normal and being her, that's all I care about. Yeah. Virtual head pets. Oh, no, I appreciate it, Jess. Yeah, we got a doggo that's dealing with some bladder stones. She had a day that was a little rough, but she's been acting very normal. She's been acting herself very much so. Just a lot of accidents very randomly. Some days are good. Some days are a little not so good. I think it just depends on where the accident is. So we've been trying to minimize where they've been. So my wife and I have been taking turns sleeping on the couch. Is she an older girl? No, she's 3. She's 3. Yeah, she just had a lot of build up. Yeah. MCR, welcome in. But we're going to go raid, friends. We're going to go raid, friends. What breed? She's like a miniature golden doodle. Oh, my eyeball. Pup is 15 and a half. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Yeah. Little Josie's only 3. No, you're good, Winter. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate you coming in, friend. Yeah, we're going to go raid. We'll find somebody. Let us Let us. Oh, Mute. Mute. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Hold on. I know what I'm going to use. Hold. Horror, thank you for the follow. She's going to be fine. Oh, yeah, yeah. I have the utmost confidence she'll be fine. Yeah. I do too. Holding. Roger that. I'm waiting for this website to load. Do something a little different today. Two-man, welcome in. Live follower, live follower. We're going to use live follower today. Yeah, if you guys don't know what that is, if you've never used it before, it is a website that my friend Frowsy and I came up with so that if you're a content creator, if you've never heard of it, if you're a creator and you want to see which of your followers stream and they're live right now, as really, it was kind of one of those like potential raid target thing ideas that just came to life. You can use the site and actually go on and see who's live. So like I can see which of my followers are live right now and it loads. I can separate it by game. Obviously, it depending on how many followers you have, it's how long it'll take to load, yada, yada. But yeah, my buddy Frowsy and I, Frowsy did all of the work for this. He did all the work for this. Yeah, it's super neat. I love it. I love it. So if you ever want to know who to raid, why not go find somebody that follows you already? Because you don't know, you might not be following somebody that you could go show some love to. And that's what we're about to do. And that's what we're about to do. It's your boy. Thank you for the 12 months, homie. My last time saw your boys low on money, you know, that's something and everything to save up money. No, don't you ever apologize. Get out of here. Get out of here. First of all, thank you for subbing at all. Secondly, please don't ever worry about that. Please don't ever worry about subbing. Seriously, dude. No, seriously, don't ever worry about it. You being here, being in the stream, being in the community, hanging out with us, that's what matters to me. That's what matters to me. I appreciate you. But your IRL stuff will forever come first. Forever come first. So thank you again. Seriously, thank you again. I'm waiting for this to load. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Seriously, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Load faster. It's the website's actually doing a great job. It's just loading a lot of stuff. How's the dog? She's 3. She's free. Love dogs. Me too. She's a great little puppers, man. She's a great little puppers. Tell ya, she doesn't really get into much trouble. Like the only thing that I think that she eats that she should not eat is like remote controls and my daughter's tags on her blanket. Yeah. Remember that cringe clip of the streamer that had a meltdown because she felt all of her viewers could afford a tier 1? So I remember her. $5 a month. That lady. Yeah, I remember her. Same problem. Yeah, we have to. My kids, every day they're holding the controller in their hand. I'm like, where does it go? Next to the TV. That's correct. Where does it not go? On the couch. Why? Because Joe's doing it. That's right. All right. Let us go. I was waiting for this to load, and I think it's loaded, so I think we're good. Yeah, I know, Jess. I saw a Twitter conversation today about that, about the prices for subs going up and just how rough it is. It's just, it's rough. It's rough for everybody. Daughter has all these Barbies with, wait. Because of the mangled hands. Oh my God. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. All right, let me see this real quick. Yeah, it's oh, she also likes socks. I'll say she also is a very big sock hider. So if she finds a sock, she'll nab it and she'll bury it into like the couch or something. She's a weirdo. She's into weird fetishes. Probably one of the favorite songs from Monster Cat brings back the old Rocket League days. Yeah, I know. I know. All right, let me go here. If this doesn't work, it'll be okay. It will be okay. Oh, come on, website. Don't be this way. Don't be this way, website. Oh, Halsey. Oh, Halsey, thank you for the raid, friend. Oh, man. I appreciate the raid. Hi, how are you? Right after we talked up the site. Hi. Bullet, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Chilling like a mofo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, we were literally at the tail end of ours too. Literally at the tail end of ours too. I started around 8:30. It's now almost 1. Yeah. No, dude, I appreciate you so much. I normally get the turn off the raid button and I failed miserably. I failed miserably. It's my fault. It is my fault. I appreciate you. Raid right into another raid? Listen. Happens to the best of us. What I was just talking about, we were literally just talking about a website that I use that I helped create with my friend for raiding, or that it can help you raid, called Live Follower. That it's Live Follower without the E, and you can use it to see which of your followers are live right now for potential raid targets. We were literally just talking about it. And then you popped in. I'm like, oh, yeah, super neat. So you can sort it by games, mutuals only, people you follow. You can sort it by the viewer count. Yeah, super cool. Super freaking cool. Yeah. So I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Gonna link that? Yeah. If you do, can't find it? Here. Well, we'll pop it in chat. Thank you, Song. Right there. Right there in that Twitch command. Thank you, Mr. Song. Getting to Faz a while ago. Hey, there you go. All right, you know what? For tonight, we're going to go to our friendo. Right there or right here? Yeah. All right. We've been here before. No, I hope you enjoy it, Bullet. I hope you enjoy it. Because Twitch had no tool like that. And I had this idea and he was like, oh, we could probably make that. So there we go. Yeah. Hey, Fluff. Yeah, we're at the tail end, friend. Yeah. Did Wolfenstein on it? Was it triple? There you go. It's a big raid party. I like it. Let's rock it. Let's rock it. No, I appreciate you. I know, right at the tail end of it too. Yeah, I normally stream from Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 p.m. to whatever, usually 12 or 1. And then Sundays at 1. Yeah. All right. Guys, if you are not subbed, there's one for you. If you are subbed, there's one for you. My creepy little tier 3s that we adore so much. That is for you. We're going to pop over and say hi to... Oh, it won't let me do it on that page. I forgot I'd have to do it on this page. Never mind. Well, I mean, the same person. Just that's the name of them. There we go. All right. We're going to go say hi to Break of Daylight. If you guys are not already following Break of Daylight, they are awesome. How's it? No, I appreciate you so much, friend. Thank you so much for the late raid. I appreciate it so much. I'm glad your stream went well. Bullet, welcome in. Thank you. Guys, thank you for an awesome stream per the usual. I got to get rid of this shit, whatever that is, whatever the disconnect thing that happened. I'll get that rid of it. It's fine. I'll get rid of it later. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I'll be live again on Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. I will probably be playing Ghost Watchers. There's been updates and I haven't played it in quite a while. Derp, thank you for the follow. I haven't played it. But guys, once again, if you're not in the Discord already, the Discord is there. The rest of the socials are there. Hattie, appreciate you, friend. But yes, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate all the love tonight. Thank you for all of the bits. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the subs, the follows. You guys have been freaking awesome. It was awesome. We got to be on the front page for a little bit yesterday, which was super freaking cool. I went back and looked at the VOD views for that. I was like, Jesus Christ. Okay. That's a lot. That was cool. Yeah. First time ever getting to be on the front page. That was neat. Yeah. All right, friends, we are out. She just died, by the way, so you can feel free to tease her about it. I just watched her get the hug from the ghosty. So you guys are amazing. I love you all. I will see you later. Peace.